All right, got her all done. Hey, how y'all doing? Hope you're doing okay. First of all, I want to give my condolences to Dennis and his entire family and friends for the passing of his father. Yes, it's a bad deal, but kind of a way, it's a good thing. You don't have to, it doesn't have to suffer in any way anymore. Let's see here. We have Tammy. How you doing? There's Stephen, Robin. There's the old lady, Diane. What are you doing? Yeah, just sitting here. I thought I'd do this for a little bit tonight. See how everyone's doing. Exactly, Stephen. What do you mean it's about time? What a matter for you? You ever thought I have things to do? Yeah. I work, what is it, 16 hours a day? Do you think all these videos on Facebook and YouTube are going to get watched by themselves? Nope. Hey Tina, how you doing? No, they're not. So Facebook don't like me right now for some reason. Yeah, that's true. Also, there, Stephen. I visit Walmart probably 10 to 20 times a day, adding, taking off every day. Good to hear. I'm good. Glad to hear that. So, I don't like the way I got this screen set up. We'll have to go back to this way. I don't like that. That's better. I'm always in the dark. It's night time, Robin. I was actually fixing to go back to the bedroom. Well, I better get on here and give a shout out and see if everyone's still around and doing okay. So I got everything set up on here and got her going. Well, we've had a change. Uh, Jordan is taking over Fortune's place. I bought a new rug to put under my desk, and Jordan has claimed it. He booted Fortune out. So Fortune has taken claim to the big rug here in the front door. Well, he's taken claim to it. And Ben, I actually don't have any idea where he's at. He's probably in the bedroom. For some reason, they've been staying in the bedroom more than anywhere else. Yeah, they stay in there. So, brother, he called me last week, later in the week, and all excited and everything. He ends up he's gonna buy a new motorcycle. He's getting to the age that he's really wanting to retire, and he had some annuity that he was gonna cash in, and so he did, and so he took his bike. He had that Softail Harley. Took it over to Little Rock to the Harley dealer over there. We don't have one in Hot Springs anymore. They've been shut down for years. So the closest one is there in Little Rock, and so he rode his over there, and they had two. He wanted to dress, the baggers, and so they had two of them that met his price range and really nice motorcycles. And so he worked out a deal with him, and so next thing I see is him sending pictures to me with him. He bought that. It's a big electric glide, FTLHS or something. I can't remember what it is, but anyway, it's a big one. Big. I've told him about my dad when we were Dad had his bike and I had my bike, and we was riding together. And anytime we'd go somewhere and there was some pretty girls in the parking lots watching us, he would get all cocky and all of this. And well, when we had to stop for a stop sign or something, or leaving the parking lot, when he stopped, he'd forget to put his feet down, and he'd just fall over. Well, brother, he is on this bike's big. I'm telling you, it's a big motorcycle, and right out of the bat, he was over in Little Rock, and he had to stop at a stoplight or stop sign or something. And he forgot to put his feet down, laid it over, just flat out laid it over. Luckily, it has the saddlebag bars around it to protect him. A couple of guys seen him, and they run over there and helped him pick it up because there was no way he was going to pick it up by himself. So that's the second time in a week that he's laid a motorcycle over. And I told him last weekend, I was sitting here at the desk and I heard him fire it up, and I knew it was weekend before. I knew they was going out of town to a run. He's a former president of Survivors. And so they were making a run somewhere. I can't remember. And so I heard him fire up his bike, and I knew him and Cindy, his girlfriend. He don't call her his girlfriend, but she is. I knew they were leaving out, so I sat here and I was looking out the front window to make sure they got out. Next thing I know, I hear the motorcycle stop and look out there, and they done laid it over. Cindy was on it with him, and she jumped off, and so I got up and got out the front door. I was hollering, "Wait, I'll come over and try to help you." And luckily they got it picked up before I got over there, because I didn't know if I'd be any help or not. I could sure talk a good game with him, but as far as physical, I don't think I could have. And so Saturdays when he went over there and picked up his new one, and well, no, there's an old washing machine drain pipe that comes from the old trailer place, and about 3 foot of it is still exposed. Well, he has to, when he's coming out off the pad off where he parks it at, he can't park his new one there. He just doesn't have the strength. So, you have to turn to get onto the driveway. Well, unfortunately, there was a black drain pipe right there it was smashed, but it was still there. His back tire hit that, and it slid out because it'd been raining. and the back end just slid out to the side, and he went down. So I told him he's just gonna have to get uh, a hatchet or something and cut that pipe off, because if he tried to cover it with dirt, it'd still have the problem. And so he's using my old motorhome shed to park it in. This new one, got it all locked up and stuff. But yeah, I was happy for him. He's been wanting one for a few years now, and the closer he gets to retirement, he's been really looking for one, and it's a real beautiful bike. And so he got it. He hadn't rode it since he got it here to the house. He didn't ride it yesterday or day before. Well, he apparently is on it for quite a while Saturday, because he had left out early Saturday morning to go over there, and so I don't know where all he rode it to Saturday, but I know Sunday he didn't ride it, and he got off early today, but he didn't ride it today. So, and the entrance to my shed is sand, and so I don't know what he's going to do about that, because he's going to have to back it in apparently, because it's going to be hard for him. He's got long legs. He's not like me. So it's just he doesn't have the strength. He lost all that weight and muscle mass like I did, and something that big. I don't even remember how heavy it is. It's big. So I told him I will figure something out for him. Even if we have to get his oldest boy to go down the road. We got a landscaping yard down the road from us that they sell gravel and all that stuff, and he can get his oldest boy and take his trailer down there and get some gravel and bring it back and put it out, shovel it out there in front of the shed. That'll help a lot. No, I haven't heard from Henry. I hadn't heard him for quite a while now. I know it, Robin. I know it. But it's like I told him and Cindy when they laid it down out here in the front yard. I said, hopefully that'll be the downfall for you guys. My brother's wrecked a lot of motorcycles, but most that hadn't been his fault. Between deers, he's batting 1,000 when it comes to deers, because yeah, we got a lot around here. Well, hey Rebecca, how you doing? Glad you got to join us. Yeah, they keep sending me. They keep sending me. What in the world? They keep sending me weather bulletins saying we got chances of heavy storms and tonight and tomorrow. So we'll see. We've been having a lot of storms, a lot of not storms, but a lot of rains and a lot of thunder and lightning. What is wrong with that light? Huh. It's a brand new light. I just got it yesterday. Yeah. It's got it yesterday. Well, hey there, Junior. How you doing? Long time no see. What you up to? Looky there, there's old Jack DeBoer Jr. How you doing? Hope you've been doing good. Spokane, Washington. I've been doing good. Yeah, I've been doing good. No, I haven't. I haven't. I haven't. I didn't want to disturb him. That's it's time for family to be together, and so I sent my condolences to him in his and Andrew and I's chat. But as far as that goes, I respect him. I respect his privacy. And so I knew I did tell him that don't worry, we got it covered. Andrew and I do. So everything's good here. So go take care of your family. Well, Diane, you might be on the wrong page. I got you that time. You remember you telling me to tell Peachy she's on the wrong page? Well, there you go. You're on the wrong page here, Diane. Here. Maybe that'll help you a little bit. I know. We'll see here. Big. No, we don't want wide. There you go. Can you see it now? Oh, you been busy? I had to. I have been too. Yeah. It's like I told him earlier. Who else is going to watch all these videos on YouTube and Facebook? I got to get my 16, 18 hours a day in, sometimes 24 hours a day. Where are you at? Hell, I don't know. Well, what did you do? There. Well, now I can't see. You're on Truckers TV, Diane. Okay, we're gonna put you there. Quiet. Are you screwing with my screen? See, my Facebook is not scrolling my comments down. So I have to go into it and keep rebooting it or refreshing it, restoring it. So the comments will scroll down because I'm having problems. Facebook don't like me no more. We've been around 80 degrees, and there's been a few days it's been up in the or been down in the 70s. Right now it's 76. 76 outside. I got 84 degrees inside. Let's see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Junior. Hopefully things will get better for you guys. That's my little $2 Walmart flashlight. What is that? Ozark Trails, I think they're called. They're little pocket lights, is all they are. I've got several of them. I got two here at my desk. I've got one in each bedroom because they're really bright and they don't take up any space at all. And they're metal. They're like the old mag lights, the little bitty pocket mag lights, but I bought mine as $1.88, and then now they're $2.19 or $2 and something. Well, I bought all of mine; it was less than $2 a piece. Good little flashlights to carry around. I've got so many flashlights. I've got the little mag light, not the pocket one, but the small one. Yeah. I got so many freaking flashlights. Then I got this one. Now this is a bright light. It's not right now because I've used it up. That's actually dim compared to what it usually is. Well, we've missed you. We've talked about you, wondering has anyone heard from you or what's going on with Junior? No. Oh, really? That's a shocker. Are you? Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? Now, about screwed up. Forgot to mute myself on the other page. Now, uh, Diane, if you want Junior to get on stage, you ought to get up here too. So, what has everybody been doing? Has there been any holidays or special occasions? I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff, so I wouldn't know. Nowadays, holidays are just another day. Nothing special. No celebrating. Just another day at work. Another day at work and another day in paradise. No, I thought Dennis might pop in, but I wasn't for sure. I don't know if he's if they're. I'm sure he's back home, but I haven't heard from him. He hadn't posted anything to us or anything. Andrew posted earlier that he's going to be back streaming Wednesday. I don't know what time he's going to start, but he said he was going to stream. he should be able to stream Wednesday. So just look out for him. And as for me, I don't even know when I'm going to eat. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know anything. I'm just here. I don't know nothing. I'm kind of like Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing. I don't. What's he say? I know nothing. I know nothing. Nothing. Well, that's me. I don't know a single thing. Why, Stu, where are you up to? Long time no see. Hope you're doing good over there or down there. I ain't got no idea. You've been going to coin stores or coin shows. Are you buying anything? You just browsing. I ain't seen a coin and I couldn't tell you when. I've got some put up, but I ain't touched one in years. Morgan's. I don't know what that is. Well, that's good to hear, Stu. I know it. And I'm glad to see him, Robin. I am definitely glad to see him. It's about time. I've been inviting people back for quite a while now, and I'm glad to see some of them are coming back. That's a good deal. Who's Morgan? Was he one of them there presidents? Well, hey Sue, how you doing? I'm doing okay. It's kind of like them videos where these little hot little girls go into these colleges and asking the students these questions from history. And some of the questions that they're asking them are present date. And these are the generation that's in college fixing to be out in the world. And they have no clue. It is crazy. Even I know some of the questions. I don't know them all. But some of them are so simple history questions. You wonder how they graduated from high school. Apparently, that was not one thing that they concentrated in is American history. Things that we thought were important. Well, according to the new way schools are being run, they're not important no more. They're more concerned about, I don't know what. I don't know. It's been so long since I've had anything to do with actual schooling, knowing what's being taught, that I just don't know what they teach them nowadays. I was back when I was in school. Shoot, I was having to take my shoes off to count to 20. And if I had to count to 21, I had to pull my britches down. Yep, that was my problem. Hoping that teacher didn't call on me to answer a question in math class. hoping it wasn't more than 20 because I only had 20 fingers and toes and I didn't want to pull the 21 out. Depending on a teacher, back in my day, there wasn't no purdy ones, but nowadays, whoo, them purdy teachers. Well, I didn't have to take geometry. They didn't require. All they wanted us was a required subject was math. That was it. You were not required to take chemistry, biology, trigonometry. You weren't required to take that. So I strode through that ultra Mickey math. Number one, you got to learn how to spell math. And once I got that down in the 8th grade, I can spell math now. That's what I wanted to keep because I didn't want to learn how to spell biology or chemistry and all them big words. Math, short, simple. So that's what I took from 9th grade till that graduating day. This was it math, basic math, and math. The English now, that was required. So I had to take it all through their schooling. History was required, which I liked history. I wasn't as interested as I am today in history, but I still, I kind of paid attention. So PE was required, of course, which that was kind of a joke. And see, what was it? English, math, PE. I don't remember. There was 3 or 4 classes every year that you're required to take back in my day. Mostly, the only history I wanted to was interested in was what I did last night. What did I do last night? No, I wasn't at home. Well, as you know, last night, so that's in the past. It's history. Oh, me. I did a lot of learning outside the school walls. And you work with people for so many years, the same people. Like I was around the two that when I had to retire, these 2 guys that I worked with at the plant, they're so smart, and they could tell book writers how to write books, and it'd be the way it's supposed to be done. You can't change your minds. And so if you with them 5-6 days a week, then you start acting like it's like husbands and wives and brothers. You start acting and talking because when I went to that treatment plant, I left the maintenance department, which was some of the nastiest talking people I've ever seen in my life. They were vulgar. Well, went to the treatment plant, and these 2 guys, I had to learn how to taught proper and learned how to not use profanity, which was kind of hard. And then when I had to learn to become a plant operator, you have to go get your different classes, certificates, and all this stuff. That right there taught me a lot also, not just in the process of treating uh, wastewater. It's just you learn other things, chemicals. What chemicals are used for this particular treatment, home waste treatment, how to design a treatment system, which is from the home to the treatment plant. You have it all depends on the systems that's set up in your neighborhoods or where you're at. Like if you're on a city system, I'm sure part of it's gravity fed and some of it's pressurized systems. So you have to learn how to put in manholes, put in lift stations to get that to the treatment plant. So anyway, I had to learn a whole new life how to talk to people. Yeah. Yeah. The guys I worked with in the maintenance department, all the people that's been in on Truckers TV through the years, I hadn't seen one that could talk like these guys did. It would be embarrassing because we'd be out at people's houses repairing water, wastewater lines, sewer lines, and these guys are just going at it, talking the F bombs one after the other. I mean, they wouldn't even gasp and take a breath, and they're putting out 4 or 5 F bombs to each other, and they wasn't fighting or arguing. That's just how they talked. It was embarrassing. So I was happy to get away from that because there was 2 guys that, yeah, they F bomb one after the other, just bam, 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 bam. And then there's a couple there that one of them ended up at the other treatment plant out of the maintenance. He's the one I started with at the POA doing the infiltration. He was a backhoe operator and dozer operator. Well, he had a son that eventually got hired on it in the maintenance department. And I've never seen 2 guys, anybody that could lie like these guys did. I mean, they would lie, and it was so obvious that they were lying. And then they'd end up arguing with each other over a lie. Yeah, I mean, it was comical, and we'd sit back and sick them on each other. Hey, yeah, he's not telling the truth. My God, I am. I ain't lying. And just back and forth, and nearly come to fighting. Is unbelievable. And this is a father and son. Crazy. But yeah. Well, Jack, you know what? I'm sure a lot of us that's actually here right now are also. That's the thing about your ancestry and all of that business. My uncle did one of them ancestry trace backs years and years ago. Might have been mom or dad. Anyway, they did it. And just the simple, like my name, my last name originated from son of Richard, and that's King Richard. So supposedly my ancestry was traced back to King Richard. I never met him or anything, but yeah, that's where my last name originated. I'm son of Richard, and that's King Richard. I don't think so. It originated from my dad. That's where it originated. And after that, I could care less. Oh, did you get up? Huh? Did you get you a bite? It ain't that hot in here. Fortune, Fortune's laid back with his legs up in the air. Oh, he heard his name. He woke up. Here comes Ben. He coming out of the bedroom. Oh, spry and chipper. So they all up. Well, Fortune went back to sleep. He says, "Screw it. I ain't getting up." Let's see here. I'm looking here. Has anybody said anything? I can't see that. Like I said, on Facebook, my comments don't scroll, but on StreamYard they will. But I don't know. Ain't none of y'all talking. Get to talking. You ain't gonna talk to me. I'll just shut it dang thing down. There we go. Okay, no one said anything. I didn't know. I didn't know if StreamYard was give me fits too, or if it's just Facebook. See, I've been on the other. I got Facebook on Truckers TV up, and the other channel on, and Facebook is not scrolling. Oh, did you? Well, hold on. Let me see. I found you. Thank you very much, Robin. We appreciate them. Who? Who you talking about? You're asking me if I did? No. No, I did not. Diane, you crazy. You crazy. If anyone needs to borrow one of them there box tests, I got one in this middle bedroom. Anybody needs one, I'll ship it to you. I couldn't make myself squat down on a bucket and take a dump in it. They wanted you to fish it out of the toilet. They sent you a spatula or something. I don't remember how it worked. And fish it out of the toilet bowl and stick it in that there bucket. Box it up and send it back. Oh, okay. Asking Junior. Did I miss one of them there questions? $50 old, Junior. I can't believe it. 50 years old. Holy cow. You're getting old. Did I thank you, Stephen, for the stars? I'm sorry. I seen you sent them and I just overlooked them. We appreciate them. You know, that's the one thing I never ask or talk about is stars. I've told you guys before, we're all adults. You know what to do, and if you feel that the content that we create is worth it, and if you got it, you know, and want to give, that's great because we do appreciate it. But you know, we're not requiring. It didn't cost you a penny to sit here and chat with me or Dennis or Andrew. It's free, you know. So that's one thing that I like about Facebook. You're not required to pay anything to socialize with others. Aren't you supposed to send that back? UPS, I think, shipped mine. I can't remember. It wasn't postal service. It was either. I think it was UPS. I know it was. I had to change that back. No, that wasn't Dennis coming on. That was me turning my camera off. That, Dennis and I, we share the same uh, oh settings. So when he wants to come in, he will change his. But like me being on stage already, if I want and if I don't change before I go live, then I'll have to do it when I turn my camera off and I say, "Oh, I don't. That's not me. That's Dennis." And so I'll change it. I want to see something here. Oh, look at here. See, I even got Miss Tanya still. I wasn't going to take her beautiful picture off of here. No, I was not gonna. And if it's left up to me, I won't take her picture off here because she's a part of this page that she didn't leave. You know, she wasn't forced. You know, she had issues that she had to take care of, so she did it, and she left on good standing, so she'll always be here, mentally, if not physically. I haven't talked to her in quite a while. But anyway, a kitty A kitty. I don't know. I might have a picture of my kitty that's a famous one. No, I didn't have his picture on there. I got a lot of pictures on here. I don't like that one. I'm going to get rid of that. I don't like that one. Let's see here. I don't really like that one either. I'm taking some of these out of here. That one's sad. That one. That one. You think I ought to take them cookies off here? Oh, you think I ought to take them cookies out here? Look how good them was. Good and toasty. Yum, yum. Yeah, that was Tanya, Robin. Look at them gorgeous, delicious peanut butter cookies. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I don't want to make y'all hungry, so I'm going to take them off. Take that off. We'll go back to here. There we go. We good. Now, Tanya's was on a few of mine months back, and she just when she can, she'll come in. She won't come on stage, but she'll come in and make some comments to me, which I'm glad she does. That way, I kind of keep in touch. Like me, I like my privacy. And anyone that's ever sent me messages or links to videos or whatever, I hardly ever respond because if somebody wants to talk to me, call me because that's just plain and simple. I don't like to type. Texting, all of that business, I don't deal with it. I don't like it. So, unless it's a very, very important message, I may not respond to it. And I'm not going to, and I'm not going to say I'm not going to because I have. If I feel that it's important to send somebody a message or a video or anything like that, I'm not. Because I know how chain letters, how mad it makes me when people send them. And I'll tell people, they may send one and I'll respond by it ends right here. Don't send another. And that's the friendly version of my response. So I like to hear people's voices. If I'm going to interact with somebody, I'd rather do it by voice rather than texting. I'm not a kid. If I'm a teenager, that's different. I'm not. I hadn't been a teenager for what now, 20 years? It's been 20 years since I've been a teenager. Come on, Diane, hit me with your best shot. No, there's not. It's just I don't get into it. I don't know what it is about it. I've never been the type of person. There you go. It took you a while to do that. Shh, Robin. Shh. We ain't supposed to tell nobody that. I just never have been that type of person. If it wasn't for me in Walmart, I've said it before, Walmart is my girlfriend. So I have to have my smartphone for Walmart. You can't use just an old cheap ass flip phone for Walmart. If it wasn't for Walmart, I would have this flip phone. That's just the way it is. Because I don't do this texting stuff. I call. I answer phone calls. Oh, I tell you what, I've never ate a snickerdoodle cookie in my life. Never. Well, I've been getting this brand of cookies that Walmart sells. They're $1 for 6 cookies. And lemon. I love lemon cookies. I love them. Well, I guess I bought the last 4 packs that they had in stock. I don't know. So the next week I went to order them. Well, they were out. So I don't like chocolate chip. I don't like what you buy at the stores. They suck with a capital S. So I like lemon cookies. I like gingerbread cookies. Oh, Little Debbie's got the gingerbread men out right now for whatever holiday's coming up. I think it's what is it, Independence Day? 4th of July is our next holiday. Well, they on the stick for their gingerbread cookies. So get them while they're there. So anyway, I've always wanted to try snickerdoodle cookies, but I'm not going to pay a whole lot of money for something I'm just going to throw away. So for $1 for 6, I ain't going to pass that up. Oh, Memorial. That's right. See, there you go, Stephen. I don't have any clue about what holidays or nothing. But so I couldn't pass up. So I got a pack of them, and the thing I like about them, they're soft. They're not crunchy. This brand of cookies that I like. So I ordered them, and earlier today, well, hey Nancy, how you doing? And I bought a box of them nasty old Great Value hamburgers. The kind you throw in the microwave for what was a minute 10 to a minute and a half. It's covered with on a bun and cheese and well, hey Sandra, how you doing? Good to see you. And so I ate one of them today, and they're getting so nasty. I have to show you this. I don't know if you guys wrong button, but I'm not exaggerating. The bun is that thick. That's the bun. The beef patty or processed meat, whatever it is, let me get it over here in the camera, is about that thick. Can you see that? About that thick and about that big around. But that bun's about this big around and about that thick. About as thick as it is round. It was nasty. Come on, Walmart. You can do better than that. Diane, you see what I got? Yeah, that's why I turned my camera off. Used to, I liked them burgers. I used to get them all the time because it's convenient. They're easy. And, but you Walmart, your hamburgers suck. And yeah, I said that out loud. You having the storms also? Well, you be safe. Don't you be outside and get in a situation that's unsafe for you. I know it. What was it? $9 for 4 hamburgers that I'm probably going to throw away. Three of them at least. I know three for a fact if they get thrown away. Well, oh, I was going to cook pork chops tomorrow. No, I'm going to. Man, I've been eating so much fish. Oh my gosh. I'm addicted. I'm a fishaholic. And yeah, I've been getting great value fish steaks or whatever they call them. But I had a change of plans. And so I ordered another brand. I don't like that Gordon's fish. They suck. I don't like Mrs. Paul's either. It's not any good. So I got this other brand to try. It's same price as Great Value. They're only like $5 and something for a box. I think you get ten steaks in it. So I'm gonna pay that for that. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll sit here and eat four at a time, and then I'm happy. I'm happy as can be. And I've got steak in my freezer. I just can't make myself eat that stuff. So I got pork chops. I got 2 packs of them pork chops. I love pork chops. I do. Don't get me wrong. And they're the easiest thing to do. Just salt and pepper them, throw them on the pan, and throw them in the air fryer. And halfway through, flip them over. They're done. The only way to get it easier is drive somewhere and pick them up or eat there. I ain't doing that. My poor old car, I'm embarrassed of it. It is so filthy. And Cody worked hard to clean it before he brought it back. And I have this carport, but both ends of it is open. And so it blows through it. Now, apparently, it's like a drive through for dust and pollen. And so it's really bad. I'll have to wash it when I get it out. I was thinking about going up. I got to go up 7 sometime the next few days, or I'm going to be in a heap of trouble because I'm going to be out of that Backy product. So I got to make a run up there and get that. And of course, while I'm out, I'm always undecided. Do I want to risk going to McDonald's and getting something that's going to not be good? Or do I go to Sonic and just get my chili footlongs? Because you can't go wrong with chili hot dogs. No, you just can't go wrong with them. Well, right now, Andrew is the only one that streams during the daytime. That's all. That's the only one we've got. Dennis, he does the night times when he's streaming. But right now, Andrew had streamed in a few weeks. I don't know if he's had truck problems. You know, he had his truck went down a couple of times, and I don't know. You know, I just don't know their schedules. And Dennis's father passed away here. What, going on 2 weeks ago or something like that? And he went up to Maine to to be with family during that time. And I hadn't talked to him, so I don't know if he's back yet or not. I don't know. So I don't know. Anyway, Andrew is the only one that does during the daytime. Tuna fish, I used to like tuna fish. In fact, I got a pack of it over there on the pantry. I might sit here and eat one. Yeah, Sonic chili footlong hot dogs. I don't know if you've seen it today, but I think it was Sonic that's 99-cent corn dogs. They do that on Thursdays, but I was thinking, which gets me in trouble every time I do it. Yeah, thinking it was daily right now. So, let's see, they posted it earlier. Where you at? Where you at? Anyway, I didn't see it, but yeah, I don't know if it's every Thursday or uh, once a month Thursday. I don't know how it works. I just know it when they post it on Facebook. But right now they're saying 99 cents for corn dogs. I'm about over my sickness on their corn dogs. In fact, I'm sitting there thinking, man, that sounds pretty good right now. Back last year, previous year, whatever it was, I went down there and got a bag full of them. Brought them home and ate, I don't know, 6 of them. Not at the same time, just, and then what was left I put in the freezer and I ate on them for quite a while. Ate so many of them, just got sick of them. So I never would get them. I just get the chili footlongs after that, which, like I said, you can't go wrong with them. That's up for tosses. I've got chili and I got hot dogs here. Normally, I'll just cut up the hot dogs and put them in that bowl of chili and put it in the nucleator and heat it up and eat it that way. I don't use bread or nothing at home when I'm doing it myself. Another question: what do you put on your corn dog? Or do you put anything? I personally, I don't, I don't eat it with anything. I just eat the corn dog. I don't put mustard or ketchup. I've seen people slicing their corn dogs down the middle from top to bottom, and then pouring chili over them. I thought, now that right there sounds pretty dang good. I hadn't tried it, but it's worth a shot. If you like me, I like corn dogs. I like chili. That might be the next big thing. So we'll just wait and see. Ketchup. Nothing on corn dogs. See, Stephen, that's the way to do it. I don't. I don't put anything on mine. Just I hadn't cooked corn dog here in forever. Of course, like I said, I got burnt out on them, not from just Sonic. You know, Eastgate used to have them foot long corn dogs down there, and I'd get them. I liked them. They had a good flavor to them. There you go, chili cheese corn dogs. That sounds really good. I don't know if they still do or not. Oh, I found out something today. Tractor Supply. They're on the west side of Hot Springs. I'm on the north side. Well, take a day or so to get out there to it from my house. Or I could go through the back roads and get there. It may take longer, but I don't have to go through Hot Springs. But anyway, I got the wild hair up my nose, thinking I need another one of these carts. I've got the wagon, you know, I guess it's a lawn and gardening trailer or wagon. And I thought, I need another one of them. So I got online, got to looking Walmart up here. No, they ain't got them. They got them collapsible ones, you know, canvas and whatever. I ain't paying that kind of money for one. So I thought this one at Tractor Supply. What would it cost me at Tractor Supply? So I get online and I paid $99 for this one. All right, they still carry this exact wagon I got. So they will deliver it to my house out here. It's going to cost me a fortune to get it here, but $190 for the same cart that I paid $99 for. I've had this one for several years, which that's probably the reason why. Yeah, I've got mine's metal and the sides and ends fold down. If you want to take them completely off, you just pull the pins out. I like it. This is what I use to bring my groceries in and out into the house with. I'll set it to back steps, and the delivery people will put it in my groceries and in the wagon, and I wheel it into the house. They'll bring the groceries in, but that ain't gonna happen. I don't want people in my house. Most of the people that deliver to me are real nice, but they ain't that nice. There's a few of them I know because they've delivered so much. We've talked a lot, and then a couple of them, they're husband and wife that actually they're the lady's mother and father are the lady's husband's mother and father live through the woods. I grew up with them. They're the ones. Well, the lady's dad is the one that I got in a lot of trouble when I was a little kid, and I know him. Well, his son and his daughter-in-law delivered to the house quite a bit, so I know that they'll stand there and talk to me for 45 minutes, and I'll finally say, well, I better get this in the house, get it in the freezer. Yeah, I got to get back out there. I got a couple more deliveries to make. Yeah. And there's Tim, the one that he's delivered to me a couple of times now. He's a veteran, and we stand there and talk to each other. Like, you know, he'll tell me, well, I got to go 4 or 5 times before we actually go. So we just strike up conversations about whatever. It's like we've known each other for our whole lives. And, you know, most of the delivery people are that way, but there's some of them. I tell you what, get my shit in the wagon and get off my property. That's what I think of them. I track them from the store and they go by my driveway 2 or 3 times. And apparently they don't know how to read because I got my address posted at the driveway. You can't see it, then you're blind or can't read. And I've got signs up all the way to my front of my house. There's a sign here. So I'm mad because I had hot food in it, my delivery, and by the time I get it, I got to put it in the microwave to heat it up. One of them deals. And back to corn dogs. You know, Walmart has corn dogs, and I think they're Nathan's. I'm not a big fan of them. The breading I love, but the hot dog inside of it, nah, I don't like it. I was getting me 2 of them a week for a little while because I burn out on chicken. Your chicken sucks. I did get barbecue chicken nuggets this last week or Sunday when I got my delivery. So anyway, Tractor Supplies will deliver it to my house, $190. I said, nah, yeah, I don't need it that bad. I can call the boy and tell him, would you please go over here and pick this there thing up? Yeah. And I learned this. All right, if you use the Walmart app or whatever, if you use online shopping with Walmart, if they say it will be shipped or it'll be shipped same day, that means they don't have it in your local store you shop at, but they have it at a store close to it. Like I have 3 super centers total around me. And so what they do is deliver it from one of the stores in town to my store. Or what? I can't remember the name of the delivery company because they're not Walmart employees. They're third party. But they will actually have their delivery from that store in town delivered out here. And it's still free if you're a member. You just can't have it delivered from your store. I did not know that till Saturday. I called up to my store and talked to them, asking about that. So they had something that I've been looking at. Oh, toolboxes. So anyway, my store had 2 of them, but they said it wouldn't deliver it to me. So I bribed my brother. He's been talking about getting a new toolbox like I had beginning. It's not a great big one, but it's a stackable, and you know the metal looks like a Craftsman or a Mac or Snap-on, you know, but it's the smaller versions. Have casters on the bottom so you can roll it around. Anyway, I bought me one last year, first of the year or something like that last year. And I love it. Well, I didn't realize how much stuff I had. So I had what I had tool-wise and electrical and all the stuff I had. I'd had just packed into drawers. You couldn't get the drawers open, and I sat here thinking, there's I don't want the small toolbox. I got two of them back there in the spare room. I want something that all I have to do is turn my desk chair around and roll it and get whatever tool I need out of it. That was the whole purpose of it. So anyway, I brought my brother, said, I'll get you one of them there toolboxes if you go pick them up. So he got one and I got one. So I have mine side by side. And I love them. They're perfect. They're not great big, but someone like me, if you got more tools than just a hammer and a screwdriver and a pair of pliers, well, they're perfect because you got a drawer for your screwdrivers, you got a drawer for you can have two screwdrivers in the top drawer. You have your pair of pliers in the middle one. You have your hammer in the third one. And then whatever you have, you got 4 and 5 drawer. And then underneath it, you got an open space with doors on it. So your hammer can have its own drawer. But me, I got 3 hammers. It's just what I got. I've had for years. I got so many screwdrivers. I finally broke down and I buy the I don't know what brand it is, but Walmart has them. They used to be $2.99. They're $3 or something now, but it has 2 sizes of Phillip tips and 2 sizes of flat. With the one handle, you just flip them around and stick them back in the hole. And saves a lot of space, and it'll work on just about any kind of screwdriver or screw or whatever. And now you can get the hex head drivers, which will fit in these things, and use it for hex head bolts. Oh, they got pink handles. Well, I got some that has purple. Let's see here. Let me show you what I got. I've got a Stanley and I've got an Essentials. Looky here. Just looky here. Look how pretty this one is. It's purple and pink. Yeah, purple and pink. Can you see it? Yeah, it'd be tape measure perfect for me. But I have a Stanley the same size. They come out of 2 different tool sets. And that's one thing you got to have is a small tape measure that's handy and you don't have to dig around trying to find it. Right? So I have this little stand here. I keep my pens and pencils in, and it's got a drawer on the bottom of it. It's right there in my desk. And I just open up the drawer a little bit and clip them on that lid, and right there it is. It all depends on what kind of mood I'm in. If I'm in a mood that I got to know, got to be accurate, so I grabbed a Stanley. But if it's just, will that fit there in that hole in the wall or underneath my desk, or I'll use the purple one. And then I got a 30-foot green one too. It's one of them there chartreuse green ones. I've retired it to my big drawer over there in the toolbox. And it's got since I got 2 of these toolbox, I worked on it half a day yesterday, just moving stuff from one to the other, making space, And so I got a hammer and a tape measure in one drawer. Yeah. And honestly, only thing I would use is a pair of scissors and a screwdriver, period. Like the toolboxes, you couldn't have asked for anything easier to put together. The problem with these toolboxes is you got to read the directions because you'll sit here and get so mad that you're ready to throw them out the front door because they stacked the top cabinet down in the bottom cabinet at the bottom of it. Well, you look at it, you think, well, that's not going to fit through the doors. It won't. And you sit there and just get so freaking mad. But guess what? If you'd have read the instructions first, stupid, you'd have seen you have to take the back apart and unscrew it from the bottom because there's 4 screws on the bottom that attaches to the base of the bottom, and you have 2 in the back and 2 on the side. Well, if I'd have read the directions, Cody and I sat here on this first one. We could not figure out. We're men. We don't have to read the directions. Yeah, you do. Or you end up getting a sawzall, cutting it apart, trying to get the stupid top cabinet out. But if you'd read the directions, it takes, I don't know, 5 minutes to get it on. And the casters are real easy. Just pop them in the bottom and you're ready to go. This cabinet I got Sunday, the new one. Cody and I sat here for, I know, 2.5, 3 hours putting that together because we couldn't figure out how to get the bottom out. But Sunday, the new one, it took me 15 minutes? It's all together. All right, Robin. Well, hopefully you'll get to bed, getting feeling better. Thank you for coming in, and you have a good night. Be safe and take care of yourself. We'll talk at you. These would probably be a cabinet like a doctor's office would have for bandages and different things like that. But for someone like me that don't ever hardly ever use them, chances are the tools that I got probably never be used again unless the boy comes over and gets them. He done got my big one. He come and got it, I guess, a couple months ago now. I've been after him for a long time to get it, and he finally got it. So we good now. Walmart has a couple of neat looking things when it comes to gardening. I bought a laundry basket that has wheels on it and a handle, and I can't remember what I gave for it. But they have these little carts now, pull carts. They're the hard plastic, and they have an adjustable handles on them. And I thought, to be honest with you, them would be better for what I use mine for than, it's a hamper slash cart. But the one I looked at would be perfect. And if I'd have thought about looking at garden gardening carts. I'd have probably bought it instead of my laundry hamper I got. But anyway, you live and learn, right? I got something I like, so I ain't getting nothing else. Well, hey Betty, how you doing? We just sitting here chilling. Hey Jimmy Dean, what you up to? Good to see you guys. Yeah, we're just sitting around chatting. I wanted to come on here tonight and check on everybody. I know we hadn't done any live streams here for a little bit. Dennis, he's been out of pocket, dealing with the loss of his father. And Andrew, he's got his, I don't know. I don't know what Andrew's doing. But anyway, we hadn't had any live streams here lately. So I thought I'd come on and try to keep in touch with everybody. Oh, you ain't been doing much? Why not? You ain't out there mowing that grass or something? I know my grass, it's ready. If I don't get it cut soon, I'm going to have a jungle out in the back and front yards. I told my delivery driver Sunday from Walmart, I says, I'm sorry about this grass. Maybe I can have it cut before next week. But if they just do what I ask them to, they can back right up next to my porch, and they don't even have to climb up the steps to get to the wagon because I'll park my wagon next to the railing of the porch, and they can put it in right there. But they're afraid to back up there. I got my carport. All they have to do is back next to my carport and come right to my house. For some reason they'd rather walk. They walk from the carport. They don't have to walk through grass or nothing. If they park next to the carport, they're going to have to be singing "Welcome to the Jungle." Oh, really? Already? No, we've had rain a few times here. It actually hadn't been hard rain. It's just been a light rain, but it's better than nothing. Is that all? A foot? I'm not a tall guy. I'm only 5'8", but I'm sitting here looking at the top of the grass. If I can go out there, not in the whole yard, just on the woods line out the back door. Yeah, they keep saying we're supposed to get more tonight and tomorrow, but what is it now? I don't even know what time it is. Okay, 9:50 my time. We still got some hours to go. We'll see how it goes. Me talking about corn dogs and fish and all that food about to make me hungry. I need to eat that tuna fish. It's tuna salad in an envelope. Wednesday? Okay. Tuesday and Wednesday for Stephen. Boy, look at all them badges Stephen's got. He got 1, 2, 3, 4 badges. You got all kinds of them. I used to love tuna fish. Cut up an onion and a pickle and mayonnaise, half a shaker of pepper, and a little bit of salt. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. And then when I felt frisky, I'd cut up a hard boiled egg and put in there with it. But I'm telling you what, I hadn't felt like doing any of that here lately. That's why I bought that pre-made salad, which is a joke. And Walmart used to sell it, in the deli. And in town they may have it, but not out here. They've never had it actually in the deli. It's in one of the coffin displays. It used to be there with the chicken salad and pimento and all that stuff. Potato salad, coleslaw, macaroni salad. That's where it was at. They still have the chicken salad, but I used to like the tuna salad. That was so freaking good. But for some reason, they quit selling it. I don't know why. Because I liked it. I'd buy the tuna salad, and then get the pack of 6 boiled eggs and cut up 3 of the eggs to put in the salad, and then save the other 3 for egg salad. Like I said, they quit selling it, so you out of business. Oh, speaking of salads, I gotta order me a salad before I forget about it. If I don't get it now, I'll just totally forget about it later on. It's that time of week or the time of the there salad bowls. It's that time to order one. I didn't get one this week, so I got to get one for next week. What are you doing showing salad bowls? Holy crap. Holy crap. I ain't never seen bowls that expensive. I bet it is. Areas around here, it's got that red clay around it. Boy, yeah. It is slickery. Slickery. I haven't had a good Southwest salad in it's been a long time. And I like their Walmart Southwest salads. But they don't have the bowls. All they got's the big container of it, which is just way too much for me. Way too much. And I don't know how to separate it. May have a salad and save it for the next day. The half I don't eat. And chances are I'd eat that whole stupid thing at one setting, knowing me. I'd be so miserable I wouldn't be able to move. So we will get, I don't know. Let's see here. I think I'm going to get a chef salad this time. And then we're going to go over here and get me some of them there hard boiled eggs. Hopefully they got the 2-pack. Six, six. No, they don't have the 2-pack. I could get the eggs from plants and put in there. Where's the move it over? They don't have them, so I have to get these. I always try to say that brand, but they never have it here. Oh, I imagine so. I imagine so. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna go ahead and wean off some of the stuff I already got in my shopping cart. That way it'll give me a chance to order some more Jack Link's original beef steak. You guys like that stuff? I can eat that by the cartload. Wasn't that expensive? Oh, sodas. I do need to make a trip up seven. I might hold off till Thursday to cook them pork chops. Oh, yeah, the pork chops. I get the breakfast chops, the thin ones, bone in or boneless, either one, doesn't matter, whichever one they actually have when I do my shopping order. And I'll cook them. I'll just put them in the oven, salt and pepper, and cook it that way. I haven't fried anything in so long that I miss it more. It's like being addicted to anything, fried food. I miss it a lot, but I'm not going to fry anything because I love fried pork chops and pork steaks. You used to get pork steaks really, good price. You get a pack of four of them for less than $10. Well, not no more. Two of them, $20. They're treating it like it's a beef steak. And I like pork steaks. Yeah, that's what I got that. I was sitting here earlier thinking, why do I have that stovetop stuffing? Why did I buy that? And then I got thinking, because of the pork chops. I love to have stovetop stuffing, the chicken flavor with my pork chops. I'll open a can of green beans, cook the stuffing, and cook the pork chops. Well, that's why I've got them now. Yeah, they're a lot more tender, but weight wise, you paid for bone. I just don't believe why you going to charge me for bone. Why don't you just make it boneless pork steaks? I guess I could buy a pork butt and cut it myself. But that requires work, which you and I both know I don't like to do. Why quit cooking? I made a couple of hamburger patties last week. I've got what I've got started putting barbecue sauce on my hamburger patties and cooking it with it on there. Oh, that's freaking good. Although I bought a can of cream of mushroom soup to put on them, I never have done that. I need to. I'm trying to think. I bought a box of shake and bake for something. I can't remember. I think mom used shake and bake a couple of times, but that didn't go over well with my dad. So that never was done again. My dad was worse than I am about pork chops, and he wants them fried. He wants them just salt and pepper fried with a pan of macaroni cheese and a box of stovetop stuffing. That's what my dad wanted as far as pork chops. I don't do the macaroni and cheese. I don't like it. Another thing that mom did, mom liked to cook with sauerkraut. And I still like sauerkraut, but uh, I don't want to buy a jar of it, so I get the Great Value because that's they don't even have Libby's no more down here unless it's in a big can. So they don't say you can freeze it. I know, but breakfast sausage, you know, she would buy the tube of the pound pack of breakfast sausage. She'd patty it up and put it on in the sauerkraut, put it in the oven and cook it. And she'd do the pork chops same way. And you talk about good, that was really good. And I hadn't made either one of them, and it's been a many, many years ago. Did you look through my window, Betty? Because that's what I had with my hamburger patties was a baked potato. Speaking of that, you gotta just keep adding to my shopping list. Are you sure you said baked potato? Potato. No, I did not put pita, butt heads. Potatoes. Taters. I said taters, not French fries. I get two potatoes at a time. I don't, I like mashed potatoes, but I don't like potatoes. I normally buy the cups of potatoes, instant ones. Put a little water in it, throw it in the microwave. Well, I like it that way, but I would always buy the Great Value. I don't like Great Value's flavor of any kind of potato product. I used to, but I don't know more. So I can buy a potato for 78 cents is what they are right now, individual. I can buy one. I'll buy two of them, and then I'll eat one time. A week or two later, I'll make the other one. And I normally just cut it up, mashed up with the skin, everything on it, and some butter and pepper. That's how I'd eat it. So it's easier for me to just buy a potato rather than buying the cups. I don't feel guilty because I waste so much in the cups. I've never tried any other brand in the cups, just Great Value. Well, hey, Virginia, how you doing? Good seeing you. Well, there's Miss Deborah. Did you come out of hiding? What are you doing? I know I don't. I'm picky. I'm just a good old country boy. I'm picky in my ways. Did you buy the show out today? The shows? You probably shop in three or four stores now that you're retired. I learned from my grandma how to store potatoes to make them last longer. Put them in a cool, damp place in the dark, and they'll last for a long time. My grandma had a tater farm. Was you over with Robin? Okay. I like sweet potatoes too. I just don't cook them. I need to. But the problem with the sweet potatoes, is I doctor them up. I mean, doctor them big time. 'Cause I put brown sugar, I put granulated sugar, put a half a whole stick on one potato butter. Because how I do it is I take and split them from the top to the bottom in half, and then I lay them out. And then I put the brown sugar and the cinnamon and the granulated sugar on top, and then I'll put butter over it. That way it melts down on and into the potatoes while they're cooking in the oven. And then you get really crispy, just out of this world potatoes. And it's not very healthy. They say sweet potatoes plain is good for a diabetic to eat, but the way I eat them, it ain't nothing healthy about them. Not even for a non-diabetic. That ain't good for you. I cook them like my grandma cooked them. Grandma always put marshmallows on top of them too. I don't do that. That's how she cooked them. But when we were eating at grandma's house, I didn't turn down any of that food. That's good old Southern cooking. And if you left hungry, it's your own fault because there's so much food there. We could have invited the neighborhood. But now here I am using air fryer and microwave. That's my cooking. Well, you all that sugar and butter is going to run out if you put it face down. Yeah, I like sweet potato casserole. I ain't going to turn that down. Uh, I know it is, Betty, but it just doesn't taste the same. You're not getting the flavor of the grease. And I have learned, if you want a better potato product in the air fryer, you put oil on it. Like me, I spray it with vegetable oil, that spray oil. I spray I spray the pan first. I don't put it on bare pan. I put it on aluminum foil in the pan. I'll spray the foil first. And that's how I do my meat and fish and all that too. I'll spray it first, and then when I get everything on there, I'll spray it again with the spray oil. Then that's how I'll cook it. Then halfway through, I'll flip the protein over, and then the potatoes or whatever, I'll stir them and then put it back in the air fryer or oven, whichever I use. And it tastes good. It tastes a lot better. But I'm gonna tell you what, you can't get that crispy layer on top that you get when you fry. It's like bacon. I hadn't had fried bacon. I couldn't tell you when. I cook it in the microwave, which is, it's bacon, but it ain't good. Never ever thought I'd be saying that about bacon. But yeah, I said it. Cody, he's always on me about, well, if you're going to cook bacon, put it in that air fryer or the oven. He just cooks his in his oven. I said, it ain't the same. All right. I was sitting here the day that before they delivered to me the same morning. I get my groceries around 10 o'clock every week, and before they brought it to my wagon on the porch, I'd already had 3 or 4 things in my shopping cart for this week. And all right, Betty. Well, thank you for coming in for a little bit. Good talking to you. You be safe out. Take care of yourself. We'll see you again. What was I talking about? Oh, I had today, just until a couple of minutes ago, I had 130 something dollars in my shopping cart. And I just got my delivery Sunday, yesterday. No, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. I got my groceries. I don't know why I said Sunday. I know. Deborah, I miss. I'd have to wring out the paper towels, Deborah, because I put my bacon on paper towels. I bought some of them plastic plates and bowls from Walmart. I got the black ones because I like to cook chili. All right, chili is what I like. I love it. I ain't gonna give that up. I don't care what you tell me or what. I ain't giving up canned chili. And I didn't know, without looking at anything, you don't know the size of it. It can say so many ounces, and when you get it, no, it ain't that big. Kind of like guys bragging. You know how that works. Anyway, so I bought some bowls because my brother had some, and I asked him, will it hold a can of chili? He said, oh, yeah. and they're less than $1 each. So I've been using that a lot more than I have my paper plates and stuff. So I like the bowl so much. I bought me what 5 or 6 plates, and I've pulled one out, and that's the only one I've been using. I got 5 in the bag still, and I've had them for a couple of months. I might put them on that my bacon and see how that holds up in the microwave. And that way I might be able to save some grease. Boy, I cooked some bacon the other night, evening, whatever, and I cooked it for 3 minutes, and I thought, well, a lot of it was still looked raw. So, well, hey, Mary, how you doing? Good to see you. And so I put it on for another 2 minutes. Wrong. I got that, pulled that plate out. It was hard as a freaking rock. It wasn't burnt. It was just so dried out. I made a bacon sandwich, is what I did. And I struggled to eat it. It was so hard and dry. Yeah, that was a bad thing, Mary. Yeah. We should hear something here next few days from Dennis. Uh, That's good to hear, Mary. I cooked a lot of fried cabbage. I'd take a head of regular cabbage and a head of red cabbage and cut it all up and cook it all together. Yeah, cooking in bacon grease. Cut up some Polish sausage and cook an onion, and I'd brown the onion and sausage, and then put the cabbage in the bacon grease and sausage and onions and cook it down that way. I've been doing good. Yeah, I've been doing good. I did too. Fried eggs. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I had the bacon grease pot. I started out with a Folgers coffee can, and then when Walmart up here started selling the stainless steel, looks like a coffee pot that you'd cook on the stove top. Well, they made one and started calling it bacon pot or something like that. So I bought me one, and that's what I do every time I'd cook bacon. I'd put the grease in it and save it. It come with a little cup on top that strained the bacon and stuff out of it. But I took it out. I wouldn't use it because I wanted them little giblets in there. And then even after I got through cooking the eggs, I'd put the grease back in my pot. Yep, I used to cook a lot, but I just don't do it no more. I only knew how to cook for multiple people. It'd be hard for me to cook for one person, and if I know I could, I'm not a big fan as far as leftovers, a lot of different things. I know I can freeze it, but I am not able to do a lot of standing around, and it would be hard for me to stand there. I can get stuff and put it on the kitchen table and sit down and do it. That's normally what I do if I have to cut something up. I'll set it to table and do it because I just can't stand up for a long time anymore. And I got to where I just quit cooking so much that when my propane run out, I didn't put any more back in it. I'm surprised they hadn't come and picked the tank up because I talked to a lady last year, and she said, "Well, if you don't want to put any in there, then we'll come and pick it up." I said, "That's fine, whatever," because I don't see me using propane. It's so expensive these days that the little bit I cook, yeah, the, my practitioner gets all over me about vegetables. I don't eat vegetables hardly ever, and if it is, it's not a healthy vegetable. Potatoes, to be exact. So she's always after me about it. You need to eat more fruits or vegetables. I said, I'm diabetic. Remember, I'm not supposed to be eating fruits all the time. And then I said, well, I ain't big on vegetables. I can't afford vegetables. They're so expensive. And at the time when she asked me this, I couldn't eat nothing. I mean, it was hard for me to eat any kind of food. And you don't make the mistake of telling your medical staff if you're diabetic. You don't tell them that you're in love with in dating little Debbie snack cakes because they will chew you out one side and down the other. Yes, ma'am, I do. I love meatloaf. Uh, what was it? I can't remember. Might have been the year before Christmas. I got it's been that long. I got my holiday meals from the restaurant drive not a drive through a cafe restaurant up by Walmart. Cody picked it up and brought it to me, and it had two big chunks of meatloaf in it. And man, it was so freaking good. I'm just gonna have to get my butt out of this house and go up and get all this stuff. I bought uh, breadcrumbs. I bought eggs. I only get to half a dozen eggs anymore. I don't. They end up. I throw them away anyway. I never use them. Cornbread. I bought a pack of jalapeno cornbread, and I was gonna make cornbread with that stupid pinto beans I bought what months ago with that brand new crock pot. It's all still over there. Other than the eggs, I got the eggs still in the fridge. Probably not any good. Well, I don't care. I can eat vegetables now. I have no problem with the vegetables now. It was just a fact back then I couldn't eat nothing. I was lucky to be able to eat a snack cake, but I got taken off the medicine. I got all of that taken care of. And once I got rid of it, my appetite come back. I can be sitting here right now going, man, I would love to have this certain food. I mean, I crave food now. I there for 3 or 4 years, I didn't crave nothing. I had never had an appetite, and that was due to the medication for diabetes. Once I got all that mess out of my system, then it started coming back, and I'm that way now. The biggest thing right now that I'm craving, and I'm not kidding you, is a good homemade hand patted hamburger. And that's a hamburger sandwich with a big slice of onion, slice of tomato, and iceberg lettuce leaves, not the shredded, the leaves. Mayonnaise. That's what I crave right now. And there's one place in Hot Springs that I know of now that I love their hamburgers because it's not fried, it's grilled hamburger patties. You know, it ain't Burger King, it's David's Burgers. But they are located in no man's land in Hot Springs. And I will not drive to that part of the world just for a hamburger. I love their hamburgers, but it ain't worth the hassle. And I do not think, what page? Okay, we can eliminate that page. I don't think, oh, where you at? Right there. DoorDash delivers out here. I know Cody Dash does. Yeah, Cody Dash does. But his delivery free fees are too expensive. Yeah, I buy the 4 pack of the patties. You know, it's supposed to be the fresh 4 pack of patties. That's what I buy, and I'll put 2 patties in a Ziploc bag and freeze them. That's what I buy as far as burgers goes. I don't know if they deliver from there or not. Yeah, they are good. See, they don't DoorDash don't deliver David's burgers. And I don't know if DoorDash charges a membership. Like if they're on my side of, I don't live in Hot Springs, right? But on the east side of Hot Springs, if there's a business or fast food restaurant, whatever, on east side of Hot Springs, DoorDash will deliver to me without being a member. But anything other than this part of town, I have to join DoorDash to be able to get the food from that part of the Hot Springs. And I don't know what they charge, and I'm not going to pay it because, well, I'm just not going to pay it. So I get one, they still offer me the one free delivery. So, but they don't deliver from David's. Now, Uber Eats delivers out here now. I did find that out. Let's see if Uber. Have you seen the videos that they've got of these Dasher drivers and Uber and Lyft that's delivering food? Have you guys seen them? They are some. It would make me scared to order anything from them. Wow, they some crazy folks out there. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, sign me in. Of course, delivery. Delivery. Okay, let's see. Tacos. No. I would love to have some tacos. Okay, that's right there. Family Dollar. Let's see. Oh, it's got one of them bars you can move. Okay. Last time I checked, last time I checked, it Lowe's and Macy's and uh, by God, they Uber delivers from David's, but they're closed. A double burger combo, 15.11. That's a double hamburger, and they're big hamburgers. Big old pack of fries and a large drink for $15. That ain't bad. Let's go in here and see. And they have grilled chicken sandwiches still too. Toppings. Lettuce. I want mayonnaise. I want onions. I want maters. Okay. Drink. I want tea. We'll go half and half. Okay. Yeah, 15.11. I'll be back in just a second. All right, I'm back. Dang alarm for my low air pressure. My fifth wheel kept going off. I had to go reset it. So I don't know what these places charge for memberships. They want me to sign up, but at least I know David's will deliver to me now. I just don't want to give out valuable information before I actually decide to do it, and they require it before I know you can until you click the accept or approve, but they save you your information. You may think you're deleting it. Wrong answer. They store your emails and your name and all that business, your address. It's all stored. Yeah. It's like I'm gonna have to get out tomorrow. Or yeah, it's still today. It ain't tomorrow yet. It's still today. It might be tonight, but it ain't tomorrow. I tell you how many videos I've been watching court cases, and I watch what, four different judges. I've watched so many of their videos that I'm starting to watch reruns. Yeah, that's how many I've watched them, and they've been on YouTube for several years, each one of them. So, and that's court cases. The simple, as simple as somebody wanting to fight or say they wasn't speeding when they were clocked, video recorded, all that mess, to murder cases. Yeah, I have. I guess it's an app on my computer that notifies me about weather, and then on my phone, I have an app that notifies me that batten down the hatches. You're in for a gale. Yeah, whatever. It gives me notifications too. In fact, I don't even, my phone's in the bedroom. It's been in the bedroom most all day. It's actually, I went off once. Is today Monday? Yeah, it's Monday still. Tomorrow's Taco Tuesday. Go get your tacos for Tuesday. I miss taco salads. Boy, there's a couple of stores out here that used to have taco salads on. Theirs was Thursdays. And when you got a taco salad, you got one of them white to-go containers just packed full of it. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink was on that taco salad. And when I do taco salads, I don't like refried beans or pinto beans in it. I always tell them to hold it. A lot of places want to put that in as a filler. Rice and beans, that they give you more of it and less of the protein on any place. It doesn't matter where. So you're getting shorted protein and just loaded up on beans and refried beans and rice. But not me. I tell them, hold that stuff. I don't want it. I don't know if you guys remember or not. Tanya, talking about her earlier, she was crazy with the refried beans. I was talking to her one day, and she was sitting there at the table eating fried eggs and refried beans. I said, "What? Refried beans and fried eggs?" I'm going, "Wow." I never heard of that. Never heard of it until Tanya. And then she turned around and said, "I eat it on hot dogs." Huh? So she comes out and says she eats refried beans with a lot of food. I don't even like to eat it by itself. And I like the flavor of it, don't get me wrong. The problem is I a little bitty boy trying to eat refried beans. I'm sitting there thinking there's old ladies sitting around in a circle like back when I was a kid. We had to snap beans and peas and all that mess. Well, I was imagining these old ladies sitting around in a circle chewing these beans up and spitting them in a big pot and making refried beans out of the way. There you go. The minds of a kid. And through my whole life, that's what I still think. There's some old lady sitting around chewing them beans up and then spitting them in a big pot. And there you have it, your refried beans. And you can always tell one of the ladies that's missing a couple of teeth because you get the big chunks of beans in there, you know. Well, you got a lady that's missing a few teeth. And that bean got caught between her two teeth or three teeth and didn't get chewed up all the way. Think about that next time you dig into a big old pile of refried beans. And don't get me wrong, I'll eat refried beans. I just don't go out of my way to get it. You know, if like for instance, my El Monte chicken enchilada meals, I get the frozen ones, they come with refried beans and rice. Now I'll eat that because there's not much there. I've got to have something, so I'll eat it. Or if I would go to a restaurant and order a dish there and it come with the beans and the rice, yeah, I would eat it. I ain't gonna waste food. Did I order it? No, it came with it. What is the taco and burrito box that you get at Taco Bell? You know, Taco Bell's about trying to add beans to anything they got. But I always tell them to hold it. I don't want it. But anyway, what's that called? The beefy burrito. Anyway, I always have them hold the beans. I don't do the beans on it. I tell them put some onion in it. Don't be stingy. And then I'll put them in the freezer. Bring them home and put them in the freezer. I'll eat on them next couple of days or so. Let's see here. What do we got? $10.45. What do we got? Well, Patty P, where you hiding at? What was it? I come across a video, and the group is called the Electric Amish, and they take songs and rewrite them, but they use the same music. And the one I come across was "Raising a Barn." It was so funny, and I thought I need to send that to Patty. And I thought, no, I don't want. I shouldn't send it to her. She might take it the wrong way, so I didn't. So Patty, check out the Electric Amish. They're funny videos. They're funny music videos. It's just three guys. They look like Amish men One plays a bass, electric bass. The other plays electric guitar. The other plays drums, and they're really cool. I really enjoyed them. They're fun. And meatloaf's not that hard to make. It's really not. It's really simple. You know, I could just get a pound of ground beef because I always use like 4 pounds of ground beef. Make meatloaves. I'd make 2 loaves at a time because the eggs she like ketchup on hers. I don't. I like it just as dry as you can get it. So I could just get a pound of ground beef and I don't know how much bread crumbs to put in or anything, and put an egg and chop me up a little bit of onion, put in it. Might even get a jalapeno and cut up in it. Not the whole thing, just part of it. Sounds pretty freaking good. A lot of places will use their hamburger sandwiches. They actually make meatloaf patties. I think they do it just to save money on the ground beef. Because breadcrumbs are a lot cheaper than ground beef, so they substitute it and put in hamburgers. In the food world, they are not supposed to be called 100% ground beef hamburgers because they're not. You got filler in there, which is called breadcrumbs. But that's just the way the food industry is. And I'm hoping meat gets cheaper here pretty quick because it just gets so outrageous. It's oh man. Yeah, it is just outrageous. Excuse me. Oh, I need to go down for the grocery. Meat and seafood. Let's just take a gander at that stuff. Ground beef. Let's see. I've got hamburger ground beef and I bought it. It's probably not any good. Oh, yeah, it's not that old. Because I bought a pound of ground beef to make tacos with, but I didn't know if I could take it and crumble up the hamburger in the air fryer. So I never did make it. And I know I can now. So, and I've got a taco kit over there. By God, I'll make my own tacos. I'll buy me a little bag of shredded lettuce and some maters, and they sell that. Oh, chopped up tomatoes and onions and jalapenos and cilantro. I don't know what that stuff's called. Are you guys awake? Is it that time of the night? Y'all going to sleep on me? Yeah. that stuff called? Pico de Gallo. I keep wanting to say it, but I don't know if it's what it's. I think it is. Yeah, Pico de Gallo. I can buy that and not have to cut up anything. What I'll do because they have it so-called fresh, in deli. That's what I'll do. Taco Bell was selling tacos. You know that. You remember that? And they just take slices of cheese, and that's what they'd put in their tacos. They just put a slice of cheese in there and layer the meat and lettuce on top of it. Just the same cheese they put on their hamburgers. I ain't a big fan of cheeseburgers. Now, if I cook them here at the house, every once in a while, I'll make them. And I keep cheese in the house because I eat a lot of that hickory smoked turkey lunch meat out of the deli, and that American cheese is pretty dang good with a turkey sandwich. So I keep it here. I thought I'd ordered turkey 2 weeks ago, and the turkey I can order half a pound and I get 3 sandwiches out of it. So I get the lunch meat out the next day and to make a sandwich. I'm going, huh? They sliced this turkey awful thick, and I'm going, huh? It's not as light as turkey. So I didn't think nothing about it. So I'm eating it. I can't taste nothing no more. So I'm going, huh? So I used half of the lunch meat. The next day I get up, pull the lunch meat out of the fridge. I'm going, let me see what the deal is. So I look at it, and I clicked the wrong one when I was ordering, and I ordered the hickory smoked ham. I'm going, now go figure this one out because I did not know it ham from turkey. Gee whiz. So I told myself, boy, you better start checking what you're clicking. The problem is, when you order online through Walmart, they save what you buy. It has a heading underneath it, your shopping cart. Don't forget this, your normal ordering stuff. Well, that's what I did. And they always put the ham and turkey next to each other. So I have to be careful when I'm ordering and make sure I get the right one. Well, we need groceries, deli. I got to get my turkey. I hadn't had it in a couple of weeks. Right there it is. Now that's the ham. And that's the turkey. Let's get that right. There we go. Now I got it. We're good to go. And it was turkey. I know it, Deborah, but I wasn't thinking that though. I was thinking this must be a different make or model of the hickory smoked turkey because I swore I clicked on the turkey to order, and then come to find out I didn't. I hit the ham instead, which is fine. I ate it. There ain't nothing wrong with it. I eat either one of them, but my old jaws were slobbering thinking I was going to have me a turkey sandwich, and wrong answer. But I'm sitting there eating a ham sandwich, not thinking nothing about it because I thought it was turkey. And that's how bad my flavor tasters are now. And of course, you take like Subway. I get the cold cut combo sandwiches at Subway, which is turkey that they call the bologna. The bologna's made out of turkey. All the lunch meat on it, classic, is turkey. They just season it different, but they call it bologna. They call it, I don't remember what the other meat is on it, salami or something, but it's turkey. No, I can't tell. I get it because of the flavor of the vegetables. Somebody needs to check my head. Oh my gosh. That's funny. I hardly ever ate lunch meat at work. I know I did eat potted meat and Vienna sausages, things like that. But I'd read an article about males with eating all this processed meat, lunch meats and stuff, causing colon problems. And that's why I never would eat lunch meat. And that's after I grew up. Not I ate a lot of bologna growing up, but as an adult, after reading that article, I didn't eat a whole lot of lunch meat. But since I've been retired, I've ate a lot of lunch meat. I'm talking a lot, whether it's spam, whether it's pickle loaf, olive loaf, cotto salami, and it doesn't matter. I like lunch meat because it's quick, easy, and I can get away with it, and I like it. My problem is I like bologna, but I hate to buy a whole package of bologna to get one sandwich out of. And I don't like the deli sliced lunch meat. It does not taste the same. It does not. Let me see here. I think the only bologna, they have two brands of bologna, and I don't like either one of them. I've got them both. Just don't like the flavor of them. And that's not good as Oscar Mayer or Brian. I love Brian, but they don't sell Brian products at my Walmart anymore because I got the hot dogs. Brian hot dogs. They don't sell them at Walmart up down here anymore at mine. Let's see here. Deli. Go back in here to the deli. And the sliced meat, bologna. Deli sliced. Deli sliced meat. I guess I can just type in bologna. I have Petit Jean bologna, and I don't like it. Just click on it, and then I can copy and paste. I don't want to have to type. I don't like to type. I went through that sermon earlier, having to type. That's what I like about copy and paste. No typing involved. Okay, pick up I done typed. Chose delivery. They have Oscar Mayer, they have Petit Jean. Bar S sucks. I don't care what you get in them. This German bologna, Wonder Bar German bologna. That's one I had never tried. I should try it. I might like it. Oh, I bought some of that already cut Polish sausage smoked with pecan wood. Oh, that's nasty. I should have never bought that because I knew better than to get something that was uh, pecan smoked. I don't like it when it's pecan smoked. Let's see here. Okay. I'll get just a quarter pound of that bologna. I'm going to try it just for shits and giggles to see it. That German bologna. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but you'll have to live with it. Yeah. Don't forget your usuals, is what it says. And essential, I don't need that yet. Yeah, I don't. It's only $1.70 something for a quarter pound of the whatever that German bottle of bologna is. So I'll go ahead and just get it just to try. It may be something pretty good. No, not at Walmart. The grocery store that my ex used to work at, they sold it there. And I didn't eat a whole lot of boar's head, but what I did eat, I wasn't too fond of. She always liked to get pastrami, and we'd make uh, pastrami sandwiches with Swiss cheese on it and stuff. Which I didn't care. I like pastrami, but certain brands. And boar's head, I just didn't care for it. The roast beef, lunch meat, I didn't care for. The corned beef was okay, but most all of boar's head I wasn't a big fan of. Just didn't like the flavor, their seasoning in it. When you grow up on something and you like it and you think it's going to be around forever, eh, it's not. I'd have never thought my hostess Susie Q's would ever cease to exist. Never thought hostess would cease to exist, but it did. And then whoever bought it screwed up everything, and now it ain't hostess anymore. It's whatever the company that bought it is now. It ain't the same products. I know it is expensive. Yeah, we'd toast them hoagie buns and we'd put what we do is slice the buns in half and put the Thousand Island dressing and the pastrami and then Swiss cheese and then sauerkraut on top. Put in laid open flat, Put it in the oven and toast it and then eat it that way. It was good, but not with the pastrami. The corned beef was really good. And yeah, the sauerkraut wouldn't cover up that flavor of it. And like I said, I like pastrami, certain brands of it, but not horse head. In that store she worked at, I knew the girls that worked in the deli. They took care of me. When I'd ask for a sandwich, I got a sandwich. Probably three sandwiches built in one. They made the chicken and dressings every Sunday, and I'd go over there and leave work for lunch and go over there to the grocery store because it was just right there close to the plant and get me a big old helping of that chicken and dressing because they knew I liked it. And see, I should just go ahead and bite the bullet and join DoorDash because they deliver from places that has things that Walmart doesn't have. It's kind of like Brookshire's up here that took over the grocery store used to be there, Cranford's, which she worked for. They used to use that Instacart. And I think they Instacart may still deliver from there. I'll have to check that out. But they have a lot of stuff that Walmart doesn't that I would like to have in my house. So I might go ahead and check into that just to see if they still do. Because that's who delivered for them during the COVID era and even after the era they did. And then here last year I was seeing if they did still. And it didn't look like they did. Instacart. Okay. Official site. Search products. Be easier to not in Little Rock. Or do you sound like the rain may be starting? How do you change that? Oh, there it is. Give a fictitious address. How does that sound? Heaven. And see what they say. Just to see if they still. I forgot how to spell my address. How many people forget to spell how to spell their address? Well, if it's possible, I will. There. Okay, tell me. Give me some good news. There it is. They do. Zero delivery fee on your first three orders. Hey, better than DoorDash. Huh, I can get fish there. I can get chicken there. They got good chicken. They got good fish. Huh. I'll have to. I will have to keep that saved. I don't read my emails anyway, so I don't give a flip. Bite me. I ain't gonna deal with you right now. I ain't got any food. Yeah, I'll check into DoorDash because yeah, I can. There are a lot like me. I wanted some barbecue a couple of weeks ago, and DoorDash delivers from the restaurant that I used to go into town to get it from, but they've gotten so expensive. So I was going to order two of the combo meals. I think it was, yeah, two combo meals and two smoked potatoes. Went to the checkout. It totaled everything up. It was right at $100. I said, no. I can sit here and want in one hand and spit in the other and see which one fills up first. Because I was not going to pay that for that. No freaking way. No, in fact, Walmart here closes at 11 o'clock at night. They're we. I don't know if there's one in Hot Springs anymore. The only one that I would know of was probably the one on Central that would be 24 hours a day. But all the others are most time 11 o'clock. In Brookshire's, they close at summer hours was 10 o'clock. Winter hours was 9 o'clock. But their deli closes at like 7. They're not open as late as the store is. The bakery and deli, they closed up early. But they got good hot food. They got some out of this world potato logs. I know that. There's only two places I like to eat potato logs, and that's Brookshire's and this new store that went in down the road from me, Bumblebee. It's a convenience store. They got a bunch of gas pumps and all that stuff out there. They close at midnight. But see, they have two of the marketplaces in Hot Springs, and they have three super centers. Well, they have two super centers in Hot Springs, and we have the one super center out here. They're building a Target store in Hot Springs. That's the big thing to do here in Hot Springs right now is watching the progress of the new Target store being built. It's Home Depot. It's gonna be huge. And get this, it's right out close to Lowe's. So Lowe's, get ready. We're gonna have a competition. Whose doors close first? Because Lowe's has been I consider the only big store like they are. We have a Sutherland's. They don't hardly ever get business. I don't know how they've stayed in business as long as they have, but yeah, I like Sutherland's. But for some reason, most of the stuff that I would need would be Lowe's, not Sutherland's. And Sutherland's is a little more expensive. So get ready, Lowe's, because Home Depot is your neighbor. Kind of like CVS pharmacy building stores right there close to the Walgreens stores. I, to this day, have never set foot in a CVS store. I don't even know what it looks like on the inside because I've never been into one. Been in a bunch of Walgreens, but not a single CVS. The one in Benton that I'd pass by every trip over there, they bought property from Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant, tore it down, and built a big old CVS store. But the problem is right across the street from Walgreens, you could go out the front door of the Walgreens or CVS, either one, and be looking straight towards the competitor. That's how close they were. Is at a four-way stoplight, and you just look out the window and you see each other. Well, it lasted about 2 years, 3 years. CVS did, and they shut the whole business down. I don't know whatever they done with the building or not, because I hadn't been over there since 21. That's 2021. Last time I've been over there, and it was shut down. They took the signs and everything off from it. Kind of like Taco Bell. When they close down Taco Bell, they take all the signs off the building. But you know what it was, just by the way buildings look. Yeah, that was a Taco Bell one time. They can paint over it and do all this and that to it, but you can still see it's a Taco Bell. Kind of like Wendy's used to be. In Memphis, I can't remember the name of the restaurant. It's more like a fast food, but it wasn't a fast food. Well, they had a drive-through. And my ex-mother-in-law, she liked to use coupons. She is just a freak on coupons, which is a good thing if you use them, but I never could train myself to use them. But anyway, go to Memphis all the time, and that's the place she always wanted to go for breakfast. And so, first time I went there, I could tell that's a Wendy's building. That's Wendy's. You walk in, looks just like Wendy's was. It's a different color, but you could tell it. And it was all right. Like I've always said to people, it's hard to really mess up just a fried egg and bacon or sausage and hash browns breakfast. It's hard to beat that. But when it comes to biscuits, I like homemade biscuits, and you could always tell they were frozen. They wasn't fresh, which is fine. You put enough of that canned gravy over the top of it. It all works out. I'd always get bowls of gravy and then put it all over my food on the plate. Eggs, hash browns, everything. Then I'd save half a biscuit. You got to save half a biscuit. You got to put your jelly on it. That's your after meal treat. I get so mad looking at Facebook because the place I always loved their breakfast at, they post a lot of posts on Facebook, and they're constantly showing their breakfast. I'm sitting here going, get your lazy butt up and go get some. Don't sit here and wish you still did. Get it done. Well, I still ain't done it. I talked to the man that owns the place, asked him if he sold his sausage patties, his breakfast sausage by the pound, and he responded back to me, "Yes, sir. We sell it by the pound, by the 5 pound, by the 10 pound. You tell me what you want, and you got it." Well, that's good to know. I'm gonna tell you what, they're the best. They spoiled me on breakfast sausage because to this day, I try to find a sausage that compares to it, and there ain't nothing on it. If you want their sausage flavor, you have to buy their sausage. So I'd even come to the conclusion I'd go down there in the morning and buy all their sausage patties out of the freezer or out of the hot deli and bring them home, put them in Ziploc bags and freeze them. I would buy one sausage biscuit with double meat, and that right there made me 2 sausage sandwiches. Because I'd take the bottom and put a patty on, take the top and put a patty on. Because I never ate a whole biscuit. I always just ate a half a biscuit. They're just so thick and big. But they're homemade. Make them every morning, 7 days a week. They cater and they cater. They win awards for their catfish, their fried catfish. I'm not a big fan of it, but apparently people like it enough to vote them the best in town in Saline County. It's all right, but there's something in it. It's not as crisp as what I grew up getting. Our homemade fried catfish, the guys that made it, they were talented. They may not be able to cook a bowl of frosted flakes, but by God, they could cook some fried catfish outside on the Coleman burner, whatever it was, and them big cast iron pots. Had the 5-gallon propane tanks or something like that, 20-gallon, hooked up to that one burner cast iron cooker. And they cooked everything in the same pot. They didn't change the grease out. Fish, French fries, hush puppies is all in the same cast iron pot. And everything was homemade. There'd be somebody inside in the kitchen making the hush puppies and cutting up potatoes. And once the fish was done, they'd start cooking all that other stuff. Get out of that fish. Wait till it's all done. I'd sneak over there and get me a piece of that fish out. Get out of there. Wait till everything's done. But we had a big to do when we had the fish fries. Lots of family. And that's the thing. When we were young, we had a lot of family get-togethers. It didn't have to be a holiday or nothing. We just planned like fish fries. My cousins were always going fishing, and they'd get a freezer full of fish, and we'd have a fish fry. And they just didn't cook catfish. They cooked bass or crappie, whatever they had in the freezer, they'd cook. I always liked the catfish because it didn't have that real fishy flavor like bass does. I love crappie and I love brim and catfish, but I don't like bass. I don't like trout. It's just too fishy flavored. Growing up nowadays, I can't get enough of it because I don't have the taste I had then. I don't have a very good taste anymore. So it's like salt and pepper. I don't use a whole lot of salt still to this day, but pepper. I have to coat it with black pepper to even taste it. And it's just a very faint taste. No sensation of it, of the spice or nothing. It's not there no more. But I miss them days. They're in the past. I'll never get to see them or do them anymore. And the families just don't do all that business no more. I'm at the age that my grandma, and all her sisters and brothers were when we were doing this stuff. My grandma, when she died, she was 100 years old, and up until she had her stroke, which was right at 90 years old, my grandma was still out mowing her own grass, doing her own garden. Dad bought her an electric start push mower. She didn't want to ride her because she didn't drive cars or nothing, never did, and bought her an electric start tiller. And she'd get out there and do all of her work herself. She didn't want nobody to do it. That's just how my grandma was. Yeah, all that's in the past. My family, both sides, the family, my grandma and grandpa's side, both. After all the old timers passed away, their kids started trying to keep tried to keep the tradition going, but people had their own lives. They didn't want to take part in it because they had other things to do, and so it just dwindled down. The only part of the family was on my grandma's side. Yeah, my grandma's side. I think they still do, but it's very few that do take part of it. Now, I've got some cousins that they do it with their family, their kids and grandkids and stuff like that. That's turned out to be pretty big things to do because that not just family, each of them would invite friends and families from their spouse's side, and it's gotten to be a big thing. And they've always invited me every year. I got a couple of cousins that send messages to me on Facebook, invite me to come to it, and I just don't. Most time I don't respond to them, and I don't want to go. And most time nowadays, they want to go to. There's a place out on west side of Hot Springs. It's a barbecue restaurant, and I like their food, but it's like any barbecue place you go to nowadays. It's so expensive that you can't enjoy your meal because it costs you so much. You can't sit down and have a good meal and feel, you know, you get what you pay for feelings. You can't get that no more. And so I myself feel like I'm wasting my money. There's no food that's worth that kind of money. So I just don't want to go. And that's exactly the way it happened in my family. We got the part of the family that still does the tradition. is the Wards. My grandma's nephew, he's the one that's always reaching out to me. He talks to my brother more than me, but he always tells my brother to get me out of the house and bring me. And I just don't go. And then the other part is one of my grandma's sisters. They have a big to do. There's a lot of, a lot, a lot of kids that my great aunt had, boys and girls, and that was from two different husbands. So there's a bunch of them. And they always get together. They have big to dos, and they always invite me. And in fact, the week before my dad passed, we was out at their house. Uh, my cousin's husband, we went out there for his birthday party. Dad wanted to go, so I took him out there, and he had one of the best times he'd had in so many years, and I was happy to be able to do that for him. And then the next week he passed away, so I was able to do that, and that's the last time I've been to one of their parts of the family's gatherings. And that's the only two. I've got a big family because I got so many cousins and I've never met in my life, and they're older than I am. But I've never met them. I wouldn't know them on the street. We've got that uh, really close to where the barbecue place they have it at. And I like their food there. That Chinese buffet there is really good. In fact, that's the last place that me and my son ate together. We had went to town. I can't remember. I needed to do something, and well, it's just a father son day. Oh, that's when I bought that 380. He took me out there to buy it, and that buffet was open. So I asked him, I said, "Where do you want to eat at?" Because I always feed him when we go somewhere. And he said, "How Chinese sound?" I said, like, "Sounds good to me." So we wheeled in there, and I mean, I got so full. I didn't eat for a whole 30 minutes after we left. I hate him stopping at McDonald's drive through as we was leaving town. Yeah, they do. All of them have the senior discounts. Most of them do, but I don't know why. I should take advantage of it. I was getting a senior citizen discount before I was even 50 years old at Kentucky Fried Chicken. They see me and they think, "Oh, that's an old man. We got to have to give him that discount." I didn't argue with him. That's saving money. Yeah. But no, that's the only time I ever used any discounts was at KFC out here. We used to have Kentucky Fried's Taco Bell combo restaurant out here. I could eat my chicken wings and tacos at the same time. Take a bite of each one after the other. Yeah, that was good old days. They tore that building down, and El Patrinos bought it. This food sucks. but they have a drive-through. That's the only reason why I'd go went there. I could go through their line and get their bland tasting tacos. And I've always heard if it's close to authentic, it's bland. Tacos are, as far as ground beef, you could barely taste the taco flavor because I come on, I'm used to Taco Bell. Even El Acapulco's out here, it's the same way. They're bland. I like their fajitas now, but not their tacos. Yeah, we would go up here to El Acapulco's and I'd get that fajitas that they had. It had the steak and chicken and shrimp in it. I don't know how they made the flavor seasoning, but it's kind of like Taco Bell. They got the best tacos, in my opinion, and El Acapulco's got the best fajitas in the world. And they do have uh, curbside at El Acapulco's, but it requires me to drive up there, and I don't. And plus, it's about $1,000 per plate. $1,000, but it is so good. I bought some fajita seasoning. Oh, I threw it away. It was in the middle bedroom in the pantry. It got thrown away. I bought some of that stuff, and I thought, man, that's got to taste about the same. So I bought the steak and the chicken that you can buy that's frozen from Walmart. I bought that and I put it in a pan and put that seasoning in it and skillet cooked it on top of the stove and I took it out, put it on the plate. I put peppers and onions and all that mess in there. First bite, yeah, disgusting. Disgusting. Let's see here. I wish all the people that's like this video would actually say something, say howdy, kiss my ass, get off of there, quit wasting my time. Just say something. But if you don't, I appreciate you liking the video. I really do. I talk a bunch of nonsense. I ain't got nothing to say. I don't keep up with daily events or watch news. All I see is on Facebook, and it ain't good. I don't want to get into that because I have mixed opinions. Do they? There are so many different seasonings on the market for fajitas. I know you are, Deborah. I know you are. Uh, that honestly, I would be so much money ahead to just give up trying to make a seasoning or find a seasoning that I actually like. It's like any food. You go in and somebody prepares it and it tastes so good, and you can get the recipe and cook it at home. And I'm going to tell you right now, it is not the same. There's something different that they're not giving you their secret. It's like the one Chinese restaurant. We got to be really good friends with the owner. And I liked a dish that he had. And I asked him, I said, would you give me the recipe for it? He says, no, why? So you can open up your own restaurant? I said, yeah, like I'm going to sell this one dish only and make something out of it. He laughed and I said, no, I like it. I'd like to try it at home. He would not give it to me. And the last time I went there, it's been a couple of years now. What I do is I set in my car and make my order and set and wait in the car, and they will call me and let me know when it's ready. That way I can go inside and pay and pick it up. Well, the last time I was there, John, I never could pronounce his name right, so he said just to call him John, and so that's what I knew him by, John. He didn't even acknowledge me. Didn't I guess he didn't remember me or something. I've changed and looked so much that he just didn't recognize me. You know, I didn't have the blonde headed woman next to me when he seen me. That's the difference. She would, when she was in town, she would go by and pick up food to bring home from there. And she was always bringing food home that he would give her. I know he had the hots for her. That's the only reason. And then once she wasn't on my shirt tail, things changed. But they have good food. Don't get me wrong. Don't ever order French fries from there. Yeah. They started serving French fries because when we take my son, he wanted the sweet and sour chicken without the sauce and French fries. First they didn't have French fries, so he started buying French fries from Walmart, the Great Value brand, and kept them there. So when we went in, he could order his chicken and fish. That was what he ate there. So last time I went there a couple of years ago, 2 or 3, I ordered my pepper steak and then I ordered a order of French fries on the side to eat on the way home. I guess them French fries had been sitting there in the bowl or whatever for quite a while because as soon as I opened the package right there in the parking lot, they were cold. So I won't ever order French fries from there again. No, that ain't the reason. Because let me tell you, if I'm going somewhere, I shave. I trim this hair above my lip. I shave. I trim. I shower. I'm somebody different from what you see today. Like tomorrow, if I go to get my tobacco, it's getting almost. Some of y'all's tomorrow already. I'm still in today. A few more minutes. If I go somewhere later to get my tobacco, I will be cleaned up, even though it's just drive through. I don't have to go in to buy it. It's I just pull up to the window and they I give them my money and they give me my tobacco and we go from there. And I end up at that nasty old McDonald's tomorrow. I know I will. It's just as plain as day. That's where my car's going to go to. Because to go to Sonic, I'll have to go all the way to the junction and just, it's out of my way. Where McDonald's is just about maybe half a mile from my Walmart is right across the street from my backy place. I just drive up a little farther and hit the McDonald's. Used to be a Burger King. They closed down toward the building down, building McDonald's there. I thought, well, I'd rather have McDonald's. Back then, I thought I did. Wrong. McDonald's from day one, I hadn't really been happy with because at the time it all happened, the everything just went to crap as far as McDonald's food. It did here. I don't know about the other places, but out here it did. The woman that owns the French, not the particular McDonald's up here, owns two other McDonald's. So she has three locations, and all three of them, yuck. Well, the one on Albert Pike, it was still good. The thing is, you can tell the difference in the people that they can take a product that in reality tastes like crap and make it taste like something that you would enjoy. And that's the difference in these fast food restaurants is the pride that the people have for their jobs when they're preparing your meal. They take pride in what you receive. You get what you pay for. And then there's fast foods that just, oh, well, it's just a job. I don't care. I'm here for the money and that's it. So they don't care. They don't take pride. And you can see what you get. Yeah. Deborah, I've been putting it off for 2 weeks. I'm down to scratching. I am down to scratching. And let me think. Let me think. It's supposed to storm tomorrow. Like every time, I'm going to have an excuse not to leave this house. Yeah, I'll have an excuse. I don't want to because I need to actually go go and get it taken care of because I'm down to about to run out. Well, I guess there we go. Let's see. I'm looking at something right now. I'm not. I don't see the. So I am. Let's see. Okay. I uploaded a picture. So this is my brother's new motorcycle. Y'all can see it. Well, that's it. He got that Saturday. Took his other motor scooter in and traded it in and got that one. It's a beautiful motorcycle. Yeah. He told me a story about him laying it over. He's been out was out there for quite a while at the shed. He says, "Get on it. See how I feel." I says, "Kevin, I couldn't even get it off the kickstand. That thing is so heavy. It's big, but it's nice." Yeah, it's a really nice bike. It's got everything on it. All that GPS and Bluetooth and you name it, that thing has got it. Got the electronic cruise control, and the cruise control is just like a car's. It's crazy. But I was happy he was able to get it. He cashed in that annuity he had, and it wasn't matured, but it was close. So he got enough money to buy it outright. He was talking about the insurance and all this mess on it. And he said $400 for insurance. And I'm going, $400 a month? And first he says, yeah. I'm going, holy crap. And then a few seconds later, he says, no, 400 a year. I'm going, oh, wow, that makes a difference. I'm going, $400 a month for insurance. That is crazy. Because I paid less than $100 a year for my bike. Of course, that's back in 2007. Well, it was 120 something a month or a year when I bought the bike. And then the last 2 years I had it is less than $100 a year. And that was full coverage. And it was really good insurance. Um, when I hit that deer and did all that damage to the bike and mine, it was over $4,000 and they didn't hesitate to fix it back to being new. I didn't lay that bike over though. I had to kick the deer off of my front fender and wheel. By God, I wasn't going to go to work and tell everybody I had a wreck and hit a deer and laid the bike over. That wasn't going to happen. I'm a man. I don't do that. Yeah. Good memories back then, or today, memories of past years. Had so much fun riding in motorcycles. I rode with brothers group one time. They were going they were on a run up going up 7 North, and brother invited me to ride with him. Mistake. These guys and gals are crazy. These gals, they had women in survivors group that were riding bikes too. They're all Harleys except mine. And well, brother didn't have a Harley. He had a Yamaha at the time. And I couldn't keep up with them. I mean, I wasn't going to drive like a maniac. There's no freaking way. And they rode side by side. We always rode staggered, but they rode side by side. And it scared the crap out of me. So we got up to Push Junction. And I told Kevin, I says, well, I think we're headed back. He said, why? I said, you guys are nuts. Y'all scared me to death. I'm back here. I'm in the middle of the pack. And these women are looking at me just laughing. I'm going, holy shit, they're laughing at me. Yes. So when we got to Push Junction, I just told them I've had enough. You guys are nuts. And so we stood there for a while, and when they pulled out to go on the run, I come home. I said, I had enough of that. That ain't my style of riding. My style is we had a dude on a Honda scooter in ours. That'll tell you how we stood up to real bikers. But we had fun. That's all that mattered. Our little group rode together. We went a lot of places together, had a lot of fun. And that's all that matters. That's what we bought them for. And one day, Dad and I was sitting down at the junction. There's a little gas station, Tim's Place, I think it was called. And that's where we would ride down Saturday morning on the bikes. And we'd sit in there and either drink coffee or a pop, soda pop or whatever. And every once in a while, I'd buy a sausage biscuit. And we just spend some time with Tim, the owner. We knew Tim, and so we just sat down there. And then eventually, a guy come there that Dad knew. He was plumber. That's what he did for a living, was plumbing. So that's what we called him, plumber. He had a bike. He says, well, let me go home and get it, and I'll ride back up here. We'll ride somewhere. And it just went from there. There's other guys that come in and introduce themselves and said, hey, I got a motorcycle. You mind if I'll ride with you? We didn't care. And then we had cousins that ended up riding with us. And so we had a pretty good crowd. One of Dad's elementary school buddies, uh, I had his name on my mind, but I forgot it. He ended up riding a scooter. He didn't have a driver's license. He couldn't get a driver's license, so he thought he was legal by riding a scooter. That's what is classified. But legally in the state of Arkansas, it has to be less than 50 cc's to be legal to ride without a driver's license. But I think his was a 150, something like that. It wasn't very big, but it would do 50 and 55. The little motor was just squealing. It wasn't built for that kind of speed. But yeah, he put saddlebags on it and a leather mud flap on the back tire and stuff. And he thought he was a cool dude on that scooter. And Dad always wanted to be the last rider, so always made me nervous because I knew Dad's driving ability, and I just stayed nervous because he was behind me. I had kept looking in the mirror to make sure he was still there and not laying on the side of the road. And so once we got into the towns and stuff, it wasn't bad, but we was on the road riding somewhere. That just drove me nuts. He would not ride up front or in the middle. He always wanted to be the last rider. So we got 3 good years together, riding bikes together. And then he got to where he wasn't interested in anymore. The guys were still there, but he wasn't. My my dad's first cousin that rode with us, Ronnie, he thought he was, you know, woman's man. And he always wore button up long sleeve shirts, and he would unbutton the shirt to his belly button. He was wanting to show his hairy chest off, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, he was always teasing me about, shaving my head and all that mess, being bald, whatever. And I didn't care. And one day it was hot, and he had actually unbuttoned his shirt all the way down to his waistline because he had it tucked in. He just unbuttoned the whole thing. So tucked his shirt in, and there you have it. I was teasing him about that. He got so mad that he quit riding with us. And I told Dad, now you look here. You remember how many times he teased me, and I teased him one time and he gets mad. I told Dad he was just looking for an excuse to quit riding with us. That's it. And that's the excuse he used. Which was fine. All the other guys still rode together. We rode together still, and then it got to where a couple of them started having family togethers and in work and stuff, getting in the way of us riding on Saturdays. They always said, "Can we ride on Sundays?" I said, "No, because I work Sundays. This is the only day I can ride because you guys work Fridays. I'm off. I'm off Fridays and Saturdays, so I can't ride Sundays. If you guys want to ride together on Sunday, that's fine, but I can't go." And so it got to where they chose, other things than riding with us. And so the group lessened, and Dad lost interest in it. And I did too. Once Dad quit riding, I quit riding. And the last 3 years that I had it, I would ride it maybe a couple of times a year, and that would be I would have to buy a brand new battery for it every time I would ride it. I was riding to work every day, during the summer and when the weather was nice. I wouldn't ride it during the winter time, but when there's nice weather, I always rode it to work. Then it got to where I quit doing that, and then it just sat in the garage or the shop, shed, whatever you want to call it. And I felt bad, because I'm paying for it still, but yet I'm not using it. I have to buy a battery every year for it. And so I told brother, I said, ask around, in your group if any of them be interested in buying that bike from me, because I told them what I had to have to pay it off. I didn't make a penny on it. I just sold it for a payoff on it. And crazy, the more or less calling one of the leaders of survivors in Hot Springs, their tribe. He come out and looked at it and talked to me, and I told him what I had to have. I showed him paperwork from the bank, and he says, "Well, give me a minute." He walks out to his truck and opens his center console lid and gets a big old envelope out of it, just enough to choke a horse. Walks over to me and starts peeling off the $100 bills, and he says, "There you go." I'm going, he's got that much cash on him. I probably could have made $1,000 off from him, but I just wanted to get rid of it. I was paying insurance still, and every year getting it licensed, but I just never used it. So I got out from the payment, and that was a big relief getting out of that. And never, never, never use credit cards to buy big purchases like that. Never. I bought that through Honda or Suzuki, one of their promotional deals they had. I got late on one payment and it screwed me until I got rid of that motorcycle. One payment. And it screwed up everything. To where I was paying over $300 a month on it for probably 2 years, at least longer than I should have been paying on it. And I got to the point I called them up and told them, I says, "What's it going to take for y'all to repossess this thing? Because I just can't afford it." And she says, "Well, we'll contact the local dealership and they can come to your house and pick it up." I said, "Well, can I not just take it there and drop it off?" "No, that's not how it works." I'm going, "Why?" She says, "Well, that's just the way it works." Well, I thought they were going to come get it. I was trying my best to pay it. And then the next thing I know, I get a letter in the mail from the finance company, and they said, "Well, from this point on, we've waived all your late fees and we dropped your interest rate, and this is a new amount you'll pay a month." And it ended up being $120 something a month. I'm going, holy crap. If somebody up above didn't answer prayers, I don't know what happened. So rather than keeping it and paying on it all this time, I decided to sell it, get out of it. Well, yeah, it started out, I had to pay 19% interest just up front. that was what I started with on this stupid purchase. And then I missed that. I didn't miss it. I was just late on it. One payment jacked it up to 27%. So that much of my payment was going towards their pockets. That was their profit, 27% of it. But when they sent me the leather, they dropped it down to 14% and waived the late fees, all of that mess. But I just said I had enough of it. I don't use it. There's no sense of me paying this every month and then insurance and license and all that, battery every year. I don't need it. So I sold it. Got completely rid of it. And I built the bike exactly the way I wanted it. I bought the bike just plain. I bought a billet Boulevard windshield. I bought the Boulevard saddlebags. I bought the billet foot pegs, the foot pads, not the pegs. It come with pegs. I wanted the running board, so that's what I bought. That right there costs a lot of money. I put more money in accessories than I did buying a motorcycle. A lot of money, and then turn around and sell it for not even a quarter of what I had in it. But I got rid of a headache. That's all that mattered. I didn't care from that point on. I had fun with it. Oh, you back, Nancy? Well, welcome back. We still here. And I had fun on it. A lot of memories made. And it was time for me to move on to greener pastures. But unfortunately, across the fence, there ain't no greener pastures out in my life. It just went from happy and good memories to a lot of bad things going on in my life, and just it never got better. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It was I just couldn't live that way. And so I had to make decisions and choices in my life to get things back to almost normal. And it took me 3 years, but I got it done. And like I say, I don't blame no one. It's nobody's fault. It's just, it happened and it's part of life. And so that's how I leave that. But it's still a memory that I live with daily. I guess I'll never, ever, ever forget it. I don't think of it as much nowadays, doing this here and keeping up with truckers TV pages and all that. That helps me forget about it. That's really what drew me to truckers TV in the beginning. It made me forget about things that were happening in my life and made me smile and laugh and be happy. And that's why I've stayed with Dennis with his stuff as long as I did, because it was really, no, you stay down, stay down. It was really a bad point in my life, and it drew me out of it. Yeah. No, don't you give me that look. No. Well, Deborah, I'm going to tell you, I was so scared when I had to quit working. I did not know how things were going to work out. Uh, when it comes to my long term disability, I didn't know there was a term on it, and it scared me to death when I was notified saying it was going to run out on December of that year. That year, I'm sitting here going, "Holy crap! What am I going to do? I don't have enough money left to survive. You know, I had enough money to last maybe a year or so, but other than that, that was it." Well, they try to jump Jordan. He gets on. I've got a chair next to the front door. He'll get up there and he'll go to looking at me and look across to the other side of the desk, and he'll run right across, get and step on my keyboard and stick his butt right in my face. And I try to stop him before he gets on the desk. I don't. When they were young and little, I didn't mind it, but they're so big now, and they knock stuff over and step on this or that, and I just don't want them on my desk no more. I know when I go to bed, I'm sure they're just dancing on it, but out of sight, out of mind, right? But when I'm here, I don't want them on my desk. But anyway, it worked out that things did work out for me. I don't have a lot. What I have is mine. I paid for what I used to pay for it. It was mine. I earned it. I worked for it. I paid for it. So that I use to get to where I'm comfortable. And like I said, I don't have a lot, but I don't need nothing. And that's how I feel. I've never been somebody that wanted to be rich and famous and all that. That's not me. I just wanted to be able to say I'm comfortable. I don't need to be worrying about what tomorrow brings. I'm at the stage that tomorrow, if it happens tomorrow, it happens. If not, oh well, it's going to be a good day. And you will get to that point. You know, you're going to make a buttload more money in retirement and everything that you've worked your life for. You're going to get to where you won't worry about things. And one thing you don't need to do is do what I did, is quit being active. Sure, I have chronic pains, this or that, but I could not force myself to keep physical because of having to deal with pain. I don't want to be one of these addicted people that abuse medications. I've seen too much of that in my life. I don't want to be like that. I gave my uncle so much hell over him abusing his pain medicine, and unfortunately, I'm living his life, my adulthood, the way I seen him living. I'm living it now, and I don't want to be like him. So that's why I do with dealing with more pain than I should, but I don't want to be my uncle. I take my medicine, but I don't abuse it. I wished I could take ibuprofen. I wish I could do this or that. I can't do that no more. I can't do it because my kidneys will not hold up to all of that. Yeah, well, I went through it, and I don't want to have to go through it again. You hadn't got that yet, Deborah? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yes, ma'am, Rebecca, I am. I'm blessed. And I'm the first to tell anybody that I am a blessed man because the Lord looked out for me. The Lord took care of me and he answered prayers. So I'm very blessed. Now, who knows what tomorrow holds? Like I said, we don't know. So we live life the best we can, do what we can do, and worry about tomorrow. And that's all we can do. I don't care how old you are, what you do. We're not promised tomorrow. Nobody is. So we just have to live life. And Deborah, she has done so much since she's retired. Deborah's a good person. She really is. And I thank her for the way she is because she's thinking of others and not herself. That's the thing about Deborah. And like I said, I thank you for how you are. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I always forget that. Well, hopefully they'll come through here pretty soon. Be like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm just not going to say it. I could have been on my disability with Social Security 11 months quicker than I was. But what happened was when I signed up, I was getting long term disability that I paid for while I was working every paycheck. They would not start my disability funds until that ran out. And if I'd have known that back when all this got started, I'd have never claimed that. Even though I paid for it, I would have gave it up just to be able to, be on disability. But it didn't work out that way. Because when I got the letter from my long-term disability insurance telling me the good news about being canceled, your term has run out. I got on the horn. I have the phone number to the local Social Security office here in Hot Springs. Talked to the lady I'd talked to through the whole mess. And I told her what was going on. And she says, well, you should have been receiving funds before now. She asked, well, when does it run out? And I said, November. Well, we'll get you going. You'll have a check deposited into your account and I swore she said the third Wednesday of the month, every month. And so it didn't skip a beat. I didn't, no time lost between long term and Social Security. And you know what, Deborah? That really irks me. Human resources suck. I don't care where you work. I don't care if it's government or what. Human resources don't care about you or I or any other person that works for them. All they care about is their company's money. That's it. And you know good and well that there's a lot of money in these government retirements that are being mishandled. That's the problem we have, is where the money should be going is not going there. It's going elsewhere. And that's the thing I like about President Trump. He is trying to stop that. And he's battled a hard battle. And a lot of his battles he's won. And so everything that I did, I got set up on short-term disability after I had to stop working. They sent letters to my practitioner, my physician. They filled them out. They faxed them back to the short-term disability office, and within 3 weeks, I got my first check from them. And I got a check once a month till it run out. That was 3 months that I got a check for. After that, my long term kicked in. Same company, 2 different policies. And so I did not miss a payment between short term and long term. The only time I lost any time was between the time I had to stop working till the short term kicked in. And that was like 3 weeks, I guess. And so everything fell into place for me. I've heard so many horror stories about people having not being able to get this or that. Even my dad, it took him a couple of years to start getting his Social Security. And it took some letters to Attorney General's office from people here in Hot Springs. It has a little bit of high up. Well, it took their letters to the Attorney General, and it ended up working out to where he ended up with his Social Security, and everything worked out for him. It really did. And so I did the same thing, other than I didn't have a delay in between. I even had a paycheck from work. It was 1 week's paycheck, which is kind of a joke, but it was there. I don't know if I could even log in. I might be able to log into my account on. I don't. Surely not. I'm sure they changed that because they had a company that handled payroll and all of that, and I'd get online and check paychecks. I could download my W-2 and all that. But I don't know if that's even on. I'm still on the books. I know a guy that retired before me, 4 years before me. He was still on the books. So I figured once you're in there, you never go off the books name list. And I could still log into it and see my W-2, but I couldn't see previous checks, stubs, and everything that was there when I was employed. I couldn't go to after I was gone, but there were certain things I still could see and do online. But like I said, that was in June or July of 2021 was when I had to retire. I was looking at webcams and all of that mess, and I put it in my shopping cart today, and I was going to go ahead and order it. And I just can't see myself paying the money for this stuff because I don't do this chat much at all. And even if I bought all this stuff, I still wouldn't. It wouldn't make me do it any more or any less. It's just money that's here that I just wouldn't use hardly ever. So that's what I went in and took out of my shopping cart a little while ago. Because that stuff's not cheap. If you want quality, you're going to pay for it. And I was going to buy it the bullet. Dennis is always saying, you need to get this or that. I'm going to buy this for you. Yeah. He don't buy nothing for me. And I just don't see myself spending big bucks to buy something that I rarely use. He don't even call Andrew and I. Like, excuse me, back in the day when Tanya and Frank and I were admin, we had phone conversations quite a bit, because Tanya was big on communication. That's the thing that drove Dennis mad, crazy, was communication. And she brought it up every time we were in our phone calls. But since it's just Andrew and I, we just don't communicate with each other hardly ever. And that's why I say if I don't see it posted here on Facebook, I don't know. And it's not my place to know, to be honest with you. But heads up, if you're not going to be available, or I'm available all the time. What am I going to do? I ain't going to go out and plow a garden or nothing. So we all knew Andrew. He'd had some truck problems a couple of times not long ago, so I just assumed something was going down with his truck, and so I didn't pry or nothing. It's none of my business. That's the thing. We don't. Facebook wants us to do this or that, or content this or that, and people don't realize what's involved. People that stream daily know what's involved because they know what Facebook requires. They know these people know that if they want to get ahead on Facebook or YouTube, this is what you have to do. It's a full-time job. So people that are still working real jobs, it's hard on them. They have other people taking care of Facebook and YouTube and TikTok in the background. So they're not having to deal with the administrative part of social media. Where I do this, I don't get paid nothing. I'm not a pro at it. I don't even know how to edit. It's not my place to be editing videos. And so I don't, because I don't know how. But what I do is security of the page. If I see a problem arise, I question it, look for a solution, contact Dennis, get the final word from him to do what I have to do. That's what I do. And now that he's not on the road like he was, he takes care of a lot of the problems that I and Frank and Linda, Tanya did through the years. And that's one good thing Dennis can do. And plus, he has his office set up, he has the computer at home, and he can do things during the daytime that he wants done and not have to ask somebody to do it for him. He does it, which takes a lot of stress and work off of me. And that's the only thing I ever asked for. Once I got so deep in it, I just could not handle it. It's just that kind of stress and responsibility on these pages. It's not just sitting here talking, it's not just that. You have to go through the administrative part of the pages, and that's the frustrating part. You do everything that's possible that you think would solve the solutions, and it doesn't. And it gets very frustrating because they don't just come out and say, fix this, delete this video. They're not specific on what they want done. They just look at your community standards, look at your videos, see if you find the problem. Well, back when we were taking care of all that video stuff, that's thousands of videos. That's a lot of work, a lot of time. No, I haven't. And my little knucklehead nephews have never changed out the mailboxes down at the road. I bought 2 brand new ones for my brother and I, and they were supposed to install them 2 years ago, and they're still down at the oldest nephew's house. And they ain't doing no good down there. They'll probably rot. Brother bought paid for concrete for the pole. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 mailboxes on the mailbox stand, which Dad and I built and put up years ago. And we have taken care of all these years, replaced boards, redid the mailboxes. A couple of them have rotted on the bottom where you attach it to the mailbox and then attach that to the mailbox stand. We've had to replace them. The last time it was fixed was the lady neighbor, which her mailbox is on too. She fixed it the best she could. I don't know. I don't go to it. I don't know what it looks like. I just hear my brother talking about fussing about not having the mailboxes, new ones put on. He fusses every time it rains because his mail gets wet. And I told him, I told my nephews too, once they took my old mailbox at the street off, bring it up here and put it on a tree by where my brother parks, and that way I can just walk down there and get my mail from there. Brother, when he comes home, he checks his, and he can get it out of my box and bring it up and put it in the old box up here. I wish the mail lady would just deliver the mail up here at our houses. But she won't do that. Now, when somebody sends packages in the mail, she delivers it to the front door. But as far as regular, when she delivered boxes and packages up here and put it on the front porch, she wouldn't bring the mail up, just the packages. She would leave the mail in the box. I have been to the shed into my brother's house. What now? Five times in about a week and a half. So I've got that much in. I got to hit my knucklehead nephew up to get my damn yard mowed. I'll have to hit him up in a day or two. He's a big fireman, volunteer fireman. They let him back on the fire department. He got kicked off years ago, and new chiefs and all that. They just fired and replaced the chief tonight. Appointed a new one. They had a special emergency meeting. The board members did. They got rid of the acting chief right now. Appointed another one. That's 8 chiefs in less than 5 years. 8. Ain't that crazy? They're just going to have to. I don't know how they can get rid of the board of directors they've got now, because they have caused a lot of problems for our fire district. They got rid of the fireman that was on there at the last meeting, which my neighbor got terminated as chief then. There was 17 of them that walked off then. And my nephew, he stuck with it. He hadn't even been back on a department for a year, and he's already lieutenant. I was going to call him today and ask him, are they going to make you chief tonight? I forgot to. Yeah, I got to tease him. I might call him tomorrow and tease him a little bit. Well, I thought you was going to be chief. Yeah, I know it's safety reasons, but I don't know. We had a problem with people going through our mailboxes on our road a couple of times in the last 10 years. And that's why I signed up. I get an email from the Postal Service that if I've got mail that's going to be delivered on that day, they'll send me an email and they'll show me, they put a picture of the envelope on there. And if it's something from like Social Security or something important, I will go down there and get it. And I don't know if you guys have it or not, but that's something that I would definitely look into, because you know what's in your mailbox, and it saves the last week. I think it is. It goes the last 7 days from the day you look of what's in there. Yeah, it's either last 5 or 7 days. I can't remember. 5 days, because we only get mail 5 days a week. So if you have a question about what's in there, you can look on it and see. And I do like that because I see it every day. And the majority of my things that I get in the mailbox is junk. You know, I just don't care about it. But if it's from Social Security or this or that, I will go down and get it. I was I had these little lanterns, battery powered lanterns, and I bought a box of 4 years ago, and I really liked them. You know, it had two wire handles on each side of it. You pulled them up, it just snapped on the side of the head of it. You pulled them off of it and grabbed a hold of them, pulled the handles up, and you raised it up, and you had your light then. It turned on automatically. Well, I ended up with just one left, and so I could not find the ones that I've got, like the one I have, because I've had this one I've got. Oh my gosh, more than 20 years, and it works just as good as the day I bought it. Well, I hated to spend a lot of money on something that I wouldn't use unless I lost electricity, right? And nowadays, everything is LED, which does not take a lot of power and they last a lot longer than your regular batteries do. So I got to looking on Walmart and seeing what they had in stock. And I come across these hyper tough lights. And it's kind of like the old saying goes, pictures are deceiving. What you see on paper or on screen is not what they appear to be in real life. But anyway, so I bought two of these lights, expecting, you remember the push lights, things like you'd put in your closet or in work rooms, something, you know. You just push on the light and it comes on. Well, that's what I was expecting, and it be on a stand. There's only $5 and something a piece, which, you know, I thought it'd be worth it because I didn't want to spend a lot of money on these lanterns because they're a lot more expensive than that. So I bought two of them, and sure enough, it wasn't a week after I'd got them, I lost electricity, and they're a lot smaller than what I thought they were going to be. But they have two magnets on the back of them, and you can unscrew it, and the base comes out, and maybe an inch and a half, and you can actually set it on your table or on your stand, on your desk, wherever, and tilt it to make it, you know, shine in different areas. Well, I got these clips, file clips, and I use these like the one here at the desk. I've just got one of them clips on the desk at the top, clamped on it, and the magnets stick to it, and they'll hold you. I used it there. And but the thing is, they're little bitty, you know. Objects may appear larger in the mirror than they are. Ours smaller in the mirror. Well, that's the size of it. And I'm going to tell you what, this thing is bright. And it takes three AAA batteries that you can replace. It don't take the watch batteries. It actually takes AAA. And that was another selling point. All right. And that's it. Oh, it's got automatic light sensor on it. It won't stay on. You see, the yeah, there's too much light here. It shuts it off. But it has automatic shut off. So when it gets bright in the room you're in, it'll shut the light off. But this thing really works. It puts off a lot of light in it. It's not just spotlight. It's it's what do you call it? Cone lights. I like them. They For me they work perfect for my purpose because I could use that lantern that I've got. It takes four double A's, and by the morning time, it would be really close to needing to be batteries replaced. And these are the ones you had, Deborah. I like them, I really do. But these were on all night and part of the next day in the bedroom. And I don't get the light. I've got this light above the desk and the light of the screen of the computer here. And so it won't let it stay on. But anyway, I haven't had to replace the batteries on it yet, either one of them. I've got a tower like in the oil fields. When they're drilling, and I don't know, I can't remember what they call them, jack towers or whatever. When they drill it, they got the tower, and then that's what you see in the movies where the oil shoots out of the tower. Well, I got one of them in the bedroom. My mom bought me one year for Christmas 100 years ago, and I've had it all these years, and it works perfect. Right when I walk in the bedroom, I've got it on a book stand right next to the door. And that's what I use for a night. I can't remember, like a 4 watt or something like that light bulb that stays on all the time in the bedroom. Well, that's what I use. And anyway, it's metal, and I stuck the light to it. Perfect position. It lights up that whole bedroom. It ain't bright, but it's light. Anyway. Okay, right there. What are you doing, Beanie? You tickling Daddy's leg with your whiskers. Is it bedtime? I see both your bubbas are just laid out. Laid out. I guarantee you, I get up to go to the bedroom, they'll beat me there. I'm surprised that they're not in there now. Because normally they're in there by now. I might not be, but they will be. All in all, they're still good boys. Don't have no problem. I did yesterday or the day before. Fortune and Jordan bowed up on each other. I ain't never seen them do this crap. Might be, I just don't know. But I had to go in the bedroom and break them up. They had to I ain't gonna get you. You better leave me alone, looks in their faces and bowed up, hair sticking up, and going, all right now. That ain't it. That ain't what we're here for. Settle down. I sent Jordan to the front room and Fortune stayed in the bedroom. And Ben was standing by Fortune just a sniffing his face, looking at him. What the world you do? They start out. I have Ben right here. He lays right here on my side. I put my arm around him. That's where Jordan starts out at. Then Fortune gets between my feet, lays long ways between my legs, and then Ben works his way in between the two. And so that's how they start. And Ben is so jealous of Jordan. It's just unbelievable how jealous he is. If I, in everything Jordan does, Ben is that jealous. I don't care what it is. He's going to try to keep Jordan from doing eating, going to the bedroom and lying beside me, all of that. Ben is going to try to get between us. Which at first I was running him off. You know, I'd make him get off of me and get off the recliner. But I decided, you know, that's something they're going to have to work out themselves. They're animals. That's just part of their instinct. And so now I don't have the problems with them as bad as I did. But anyway, Jordan, he'll get tired of Ben and he'll jump down beside, get off the recliner. But he's laying right behind me. They have a bed, but Jordan's the only one that uses it. And so he gets on. It's a great big one. It ain't, you know, regular pet ones and stuff. It's huge. And so I've got it behind my recliner. And that's where Jordan will stay when he's not laying with me. And then Ben, he'll stay there until I have to get up. And Fortune's the same way. They'll lay on me until, you know, I have to get up to go to the bathroom or get up to go, well, to get up in the morning, whatever. They'll try to stay there with me. And George's right behind me, so they're all right there with me. But I won't let them lay on my chest or stomach because I can't handle their weight. They're too heavy. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Get off my chest. Every time Ben gets up with us, first thing he hits that springboard, my belly, steps on it, and the majority of the time, oh, it hurts. And he's so freaking heavy. He just stands on my legs, and I have to get him on my legs because he hurts. He is a heavy cat. He probably weighs 70 pounds. He's a heavy cat. Fortune's been moping around the house the last few days, and I know what it was. So I was cleaning up my mess I made with my frozen hamburger. Microwave burger. It tasted nasty. So I looked at him. He was there in the kitchen with me and looking up at me, and he kept rubbing against my leg, and he'd been doing it last few days. So I knew what he wanted. I knew it. I broke down and got out their Temptations cat treats, and I poured him some. They had a buffet tonight. They had I had 4 different flavors of that temptations tonight. So I gave them a little bit of each one of them. Fertilizer. I'm telling you something. These cats are so much like little kids. It's unfreaking real. They're jealous of each other. If they don't get their treat, it's like them moping. Once you give them their treat, they eat it. They're all happy. They get settled in, and they don't bother me no more. They do their own thing. But by God, when it's time for their treats, and they don't get it every day or every week, that's the thing. They only get it maybe once whenever I want to. They're not on a schedule or anything. You know I'm talking about you, aren't you? So it's a special treat, special occasions, or what I used to say about it. I tell you, if I didn't have these three boys, I don't know. I just don't know you. They give me a reason to still be here. I'll put it that way. Because I know that if something was to happen to me today, that I know they will be taken back to the animal shelter. And from that point, they may live the rest of their life caged up in a shelter. And I don't want that to happen. So I don't wish nothing on them. Don't get me wrong. But I hope we live our lives together for the rest of our lives. Because they have been a big help with me through the last years I've went through. We've all four survived what went down in the house. And that's why I say, Dennis helped me. These cats helped me, because without all of this, I would not be here today. That's a fact. I had a little kitty cat. I had her with these cats when we first got these cats. She was here. And so it wasn't like, she was by herself. She was for a few years by herself, and she was my little sweetie. I ain't kidding. She loved me. I loved her, because you could just tell it. Because every time I'd come in that back door from work or the store, whatever, she would jump up on her dishwasher. We had a portable dishwasher that's rolled in the kitchen on the floor. She would jump up on it, and I'd walk over to her, and she'd put her arms around my neck. This is no joke. Just like she was hugging me. And I went to work one day. I come home, and she was gone, and these three cats were gone. The back door was standing open, and I could not find anybody. The cats, her, the ex I'm talking about, nobody. So I started hollering for the cats, which the only time they'd ever been out of the house is when they went to the vet or when they come from the animal shelter. So I did not know where they were at. And I gave up hope. I thought I'd lost all four of them. And come to find out, these three cats were under the trailer. And when this happened, Jeremy had taken the access to my I have a water spigot under the trailer in the back there by my deck, and he took it off to water his grass patch. He had a deer stand back there. He planted grass back there, and he ran a water hose from my spigot down there, and he had taken the cover off, but he never did put it back on, and the cats got underneath there. And so I started calling them out. I got them worked out close enough to where they come out from underneath the trailer, but they would not come on the deck. And I was luring them with Temptations cat treats. And eventually, it took me like 4 days to do it. But eventually, I got all three of them back in the house. And I looked at my ex in the eyes and I said, if you let these cats out again, you best start walking out of here and find you somewhere else to live because I've had it with you. Well, by law, I couldn't kick her out. But I just wanted her to know and get into her head how serious this how serious this was to me. And I didn't get baby girl back. I never did find her, but the other three I did get. These three. And I was so mad. I ain't kidding you. I was so mad. And but I never once laid a hand on that lady. Never. I went through a lot of crap and got hit a lot, but I never laid a finger on her. I never did anything to defend myself other than leave or call the cops because I was raised right. Don't touch women. I don't care what was being done to me. I was not going to, even in the defensive way, that does not mean to hit a woman. There's other options other than hitting. That's the way I was raised. But anyway, on a happier note, I still got these three knuckleheads. Yeah. I've had dogs through my whole life. Even while I was married to my last ex, we had three dogs. I didn't want them, but I didn't want to see them go to a dog pound, you know. So I ended up adopting them. They were my niece's dogs. She just run off and left them here. And so we felt so sorry for them. We ended up taking care of them. They ended up inside my house. They were chocolate labs. The third one, he was a pup of the female chocolate lab we had, but it wasn't the male chocolate lab's pup. She had went across the road and hooked up with the shepherd over there. Because I don't even remember the dog's name. But anyway, the pup was half German Shepherd, half chocolate lab. He's a pretty dog. But he is just as dumb as dirt. He's one that tore up my bedroom. He literally ate a queen size bed, box springs, and mattress, ate the carpet. Yeah. I don't want him to run off. I want him to stay in here. Even though they tear the house up, I want him to just live inside the house. And you are so crazy. I had a Chinese pug. I've had poodles and a collie, Irish setter. You had to put her down a week ago? Well, I didn't know that. Well, I'm sorry, Deborah. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. You know that C word there. I feel so sorry for people that are battling it, dealing with it, and I got a coworker that is battling it now for the second time, and it's not going good. I had another schoolmate. She was distant cousin to me that had battled it for several years, and I hadn't gotten back in contact with her just a couple of years ago. And then I found out that she was going through that, and it's a bad deal for her. She really had it hard for several years, and she stood strong, faith and all, and it was bad for her. There's been so many people in my life that has battled that through their lives, and I've got it. My first cousin, his wife, is battling it for several years now, and it's just not a good thing. I always, and it's not my place to question God, but a lot of times I do when it comes to sickness. Our God is an almighty God. He wants us to live as Christian as we can. But why do we have to struggle and battle sicknesses? And I know this for a fact. A Christian life is a hard life. I know it. But you can live as godly as you can, and still these wicked diseases, these wicked things that we are faced with in our lives every day are taking our loved ones, our family, our friends, our co-workers, our people all over are battling and losing the battle and dying from this. And I hate that. And that's the time I question my faith. Why would you allow people to suffer the way they suffer? You know, you can make a person comfortable, but they are not they can't enjoy life because it's just not physically they can't do it. And so I wonder, why do we live a life to where we are in a bed hooked up to this or that? uh, we don't we're not conscious, we're just there. Is it our greed, our selfishness that keeps a person here on this earth to go through these things that they have to go through? Nobody wants to die. They don't. That's just human nature. We don't want to die. We want to live forever. And then things like this happen, and we always question, and we are raised in in my church never question God. God has a reason, and we never question it. But it's kind of hard not to when you have a loved one that you see one week it's just as looking normal and acting as normal, and then the next week they don't even know you're there. You know, they're just they're a body on a bed, and that's it. I hate it. I've had to also, Deborah. I've had three cats before these that I had to put down, and I had their ashes put in urns. There's a company that veterinary office used to put their ashes into urns, and that's what I did. I put three of them. I had their urns up on the entertainment stand in the front room here. And so every day when I'd watch TV, they'd be like they were still here watching TV with me. And I don't have the urns. Somebody thought I, thought I'd put cameras in them and took them outside and busted them open and dumped the ashes out. So I don't have no more. And I know these are petty things, but petty things to people are, you know, they're not replaceable. They're important things in our lives. It may not be important to you, but to me it is. So if anything ever happens to these three before me, I will do the same thing. I'll have their ashes here. I have I have questioned God several times through my life, and the one thing that I learned when I questioned my Christianity is don't question God. There is a reason for things that happen here on earth. You will not see it, you will not know it, but there is a reason. My reason I look at now is these three cats. I give them a life that they're not having to deal with cages and being out in the wilderness. You know, that's my job. Um, when I was married, my job was to take care of my wife, and I did. I gave her the best life that anybody could, and it got to the point I couldn't do it no more. And I know we're not supposed to get divorced. In God's eyes, once married, always married. But there's situations to that, and I firmly believe it. When I married my second wife, I sat with our church preacher and he explained things to me because I questioned that. I said, I'm divorced. Uh, he said, I could We could use the church to be married in, but he could not perform the service because our belief is once married, always married. And unless the spouse, like my first wife, had was not faithful, even though we were divorced, if she bedded with another man, then God parts us. We are no longer married. And that's the situation that happened. So that led up or lifted a big burden on me because I was really faithful in my faith. I did not want to go through my life knowing that I'm a sinner, which we all know we all sin. There's no way to be a perfect life. Everything we do is could be considered a sin. But we can ask God for forgiveness, which that's what I do. I might be saying, "Oh, I wish God, why do you do this to me? Why am I going through this? Can you make it better?" Well, prayers aren't answered. You don't ask for physical things. If the Lord thinks that you need to be helped, He will do it. You may not know it, but yes, He does. Little things happen. I've had 3 situations in my life that I have asked for physical things, probably more than that, but 3 that I know offhand. And it didn't happen immediately, but it did happen. And for the good. So if you believe in God, you have faith, and you're a Christian. Sometimes we question God. Sometimes we doubt our lives. But hey, we're human. Only been one person walked this earth that was a perfect person, and he's in heaven with God right now. He's the one that died for our sins. Listen at me. I'm sitting here preaching. I don't know scriptures, though. Don't be asking me scriptures because I don't know my numbers and names. I'm just spouting off, trying to make content. It might be not be the right content, but it's some kind of content. But yeah, I'm getting the same response as Jerry does. Everybody's leaving. Oh my goodness. What time is it? Is it recliner time? It says 1:25 Central Time. It's recliner time. I'll get me some sleep in and get up all sprite and chipper and clean up, get dressed, and get in the car and say, "What am I doing? What am I doing? Get out of the car, get up in the kitchen and make that fish." And I'll get my tobacco another day. I got like 3 days left. I think it is. Yeah, 3 days left. Wow, you're lucky. I ate what was called my meal, took my medicine, got to watching. I don't remember it. I think it was. I watched this page that's called Laura's Farms. I think it is. Her and her husband are farmers in Nebraska, and I was watching their video. And the next thing I know, I was waking up to the same video. I'm going, what happened. But after I eat every day and take my medicine, I go to sleep. I don't know why it happens. But I know I'm going to have to talk to my practitioner about my blood pressure medicine. I thought it was a little high my last checkup. It was still good. Don't get me wrong. It was still good. It was 118 or 17, something like that, over 64 for 5. Anyway, and I could not find my blood pressure machine here at the house. So I broke down and bought one. And I ate. I did my normal routine. I ate, took my medicine, and when I woke up from my nap, I took my blood pressure. I think my blood pressure is getting too low. Is why it's making me weak after I eat and take my medicine. So I may have to have my dose of my blood pressure. I'll just have to talk to her and discuss it. I know what I was gonna do. I gotta buy a new pair of breeches. My breeches are so big, they look like a 10 on me. They're huge. I got 20 pairs of blue jeans in the closet. Some of them brand new, never even worn. They're so big on me now that I got to get me a new pair. I'm just gonna get one pair. I don't need a whole bunch. Just one pair of breeches. They only get worn every time I go to the doctor. That's it. Well, I've been getting dressed when I go out too. Let's see. Okay, so I got that picked out. Oh, what size do I got picked out? Yeah, that's it. I had to go down 2 sizes. Yeah, okay. Here we go. I guarantee you that when it comes time to place my order, I'll be going back through my shopping cart and I'll talk myself into, why do you want a pair of pants? You can just wear the ones you got. You don't wear them every day, so why pay for them? But I'm gonna hold my guns because they've been in shopping cart for weeks. So I'll go ahead and get them this time. Last week I burnt 2 of my fingers. I learned a valuable lesson. Number one, Don't pick your pan up off the pad, hot pad, after you pulled it out of the oven. Don't pick it up barehanded. I burnt my thumb. I didn't grab it. I just picked it up with my thumb and picked it up off the counter. I don't know why, but I did. And then I was reaching in to get it out of the oven, and then I burnt my other finger on the other hand. My brother, he had so many clothes in his closet, and he's lost so much weight. He just shh, don't tell him, but he don't look good. And but all of his clothes he's got are so big. Well, him and Cindy got in the bedroom. He They cleaned out his closet. They had 3 garbage bags full of clothes, plus a bag full of survivors t-shirts and sweatshirts and stuff. So Cindy is gonna take him to her aunt up in Missouri, and she's gonna make a quilt for Kevin out of his old survivors shirts. And he had bought a nice metal clothes rack to put on the wall in his bedroom. And he said once he cleaned out his closet and all he had was the clothes that fit him now, he had a lot of room. I said, see, you didn't even need that clothes rack. He says, I know. Yeah. I've still got some survivor shirts and sweatshirts he gave me. He used to, when he go to these runs that they do, they had some in El Paso, and there's a couple of places in Texas they always went a few times through the year. And he used to go to all of them. And all these runs he went to, he'd always get me a T-shirt and bring back to me. Most time they didn't fit me, but it's just the thought of it. And there's still a couple of them that do fit me. And if I was to actually check them now, I'm sure they'd fit me now for sure. I've got a couple of long sleeve sweatshirts he got me and several T-shirts. I need to go through all that stuff and see. I always feel bad when I wear that stuff because I'm actually not part of survivors. I might be the brother of one, but I support them. I don't, monetarily give them money or anything, but I believe in their cause and I support their cause. And so if somebody was to approach me while I was wearing one of their clothes, their t-shirt or sweatshirt, and question that, I honestly don't know what the response would be. I've never been approached about that. But, you're in public displaying that thing, which stands for, recovering drug addicts. And I'm not. I've never been, and but I support their cause and what they do. And I think I would probably answer that away. That my brother is a member. He's been a member for I think since 2001, however many, 25 years, I think it is. Going on. He may have already had his anniversary. I can't remember. They always do a big thing for him on his anniversary because, like I said, he's a former president of the local tribe here, and so they always give the former presidents big things during their anniversary. But I can't remember. And that's how I remember when mom passed away, is because Kevin was clean for a year before she passed, so she got to see my brother clean. So mom's been gone for 24 years. 24 years. I always say I can't remember when my dad passed, but if I just look over here, I got his obituary hanging up next to me. June 5th, 2017. Wow. It's hard to believe they've been gone this long. Hmm. Been that long. My dad passed away on my brother's birthday. His funeral service was on June 10th. That was our my ex and my wedding anniversary. We had my brother had bookmarks made with their obituary on it. I gave Cody my mom's. He's already got it, and I kept my dad's. I'll keep it here on the desk with me. I got him hung up right here on the door of my cabinet on my desk. $15 years. Yeah, mom passed away June 6th, 2022. Not June, January 6th, 2022. At 12:10 a.m. Me sitting there at her bedside holding her hand when it happened. they induced a coma, she kept saying, I got things at the house I need to get done. I got to get it done. And she never would tell us what it was. And to this day, we don't know what it was. She never got to come home. And that's thanks to cancer. That's why I always question. My mom was a strong woman. Never sick a day of my life that I know of, I can remember. And that stuff brought her down to her knees in a heartbeat. She went in on Christmas Eve and she passed on January 6th. That's how quick it happened. She didn't know she had cancer. Did not know. As far as I know, that I can remember, I think they said it was renal cell carcinoma. Could be wrong, but that's what I remember hearing. It spread so fast on her, it was unfreaking real. I know it. That's my biggest worry is my son getting what he deserves. My brother knows my business. My son knows my business. In my safe, I have everything that is needed. It's all written down. It's all right there in my safe. My son knows where my key is. It's hidden. He I don't I'm sure he don't remember the code for the safe, but it also can be opened with a key. He knows where the safe's at, and all of that's in that safe is his. So he gets 4.5 acres, gets the house. I don't have any built. Well, I do too. I bought these toolboxes on my credit card. So he'll have that. Hopefully, I can get that paid off here pretty quick. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 months to pay that off. It may be less this time because I want to get all that taken care of. My immediate boss at work, he had prostate cancer, and they did the procedure, the laparoscopic procedure on him, and he was off of work for 2 weeks, I think it was, and that was it. He went back, come back to work, and he worked for. He had prostate cancer probably 6 years before I retired, and he was there up until 2 or 3 years ago. He got tired of the company, and they were having changes with the main people in the POA, and he just got fed up with it, and he said, "Okay, I'm done." He went home, never went back. Yeah, I don't know where my safe's at. I forgot where it was at. It's somewhere. It could be hung up in the tree outside. I don't know where it's at. I honestly think it's in one of these three trees right here close to the house, in the top of them. Maybe somebody sees this video and comes to the house and cuts these trees down looking for a safe. That'd be a good way to get trees cut down, right? It's kind of like the old boy, his his, his son's in prison, and the old man needs his garden plowed up. And the son used to do it until he got put in prison. So he calls his son, and the phone lines are tapped in the prison. And he's talking this, I can't remember what he's saying, but he is telling the son it's buried in the backyard. or the son was telling the dad that something that he had stolen was buried in the backyard. Well, the cops come there and dug up the backyard trying to find it, and sure enough, nothing was there. Well, the old man got his garden fixed, plowed up. I didn't say it exactly right, but that's the butt end of it. The old man got his garden plowed up. Yeah, once it goes to the organs, it's just a matter of time. It started out in my mom's kidneys, went to her liver, and once it got to there, it just spread all over her body, all the way up to her brain. And that's, like I said, that's just a matter of between Christmas Eve and I think she lived 2 days after they did the last test. So from Christmas Eve till January 4th or January 3rd, because they had drained, uh, I can't remember how many liters of fluid off her lungs the first time. And then they did it a second time. And this is just a matter of days. And it wasn't as much as a initial drainage, but it was still a lot the second drainage. But the first biopsy come back, malignant, but the second one come back positive, and uh, that's when they started talking the treatments and stuff. And the doctors that worked at the clinic that she worked at, all of them come in. They just couldn't believe all this was going on. And they looked at her charts, and they looked at dad and brother and I and said, and this was after mom was induced, and they can still hear people talking, but they can't respond. You know how it is, Deborah. And um, all the doctors said, don't let them do these procedures because her life is not going to be the same. Don't let her suffer through all this. And so we trusted all the doctors because they were family. And so and my mom told us, don't let them put her on a respirator, don't let them do this or that to her, because she watched her mom go through it. She didn't want no part of it. And so we kept her word, did exactly what she asked us to do. Yeah, I had that buddy of mine, schoolmate. He had double lung transplant, and he lived for many, many years after that. He had his lungs. He was a cabinet maker, and he would do the cutting and sanding without any breathing protection. And he was inhaling sawdust, and it filled his lungs full of sawdust. And so he was put on a donor's list. And it wasn't long after he was diagnosed, and they had found a donor, and they flew him to Texas somewhere, and they transplanted both lungs. And like I said, he lived as probably close to normal life as you could for several years. Then it ends up the C word got him. That's just the thing. We don't know. Nobody knows. And I was told that we all have cancer cells in our body. I'm not a doctor. I don't proclaim to be one. I don't know. I've never read it. This is what a doctor told us. We all have some type of cancer cell in our body, and something activates it. We don't know. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just telling you what was told us. Yeah, my grandma, she got put on one, and my mom said she swelled up. I couldn't be there because she lived. My grandparents, her mom and dad, lived in Washington State, and I couldn't make it up there. I did get to go to Grandpa's funeral and got to see him in the hospital before he passed, but I wasn't able to go to Grandma. And Mom said that she swelled up so bad from all the fluid buildup after she got put on a ventilator that she just didn't want to go through all of that. So she didn't. Anyway, that's part of life. We we get dealt the card we live with, and there's nothing we can change about it. When it's our time, it's our time. It may not be a good time, but it's our time. And that's all we can hope for. Can't do any better. Like I said, I'm comfortable. I know my limits, and I have set my home up to where I can do my limits. When it comes to caring for the floors or the cats, cleaning the house, I keep a handle on it because with the floors being wood, I can hold a broom or use this little vacuum I got. That's what I use most time to suck up the cat hairs and clean up whatever needs to be cleaned up in the floors in the bedroom. I've got the vacuum cleaner back there with the desk chair back there. I do it the same way. Clean the bathrooms, I scrub the toilets, mop the floors, you name it, I do it. But I don't spend a day doing it. I do it at my speed and to my limits. I may work on it 2 days, 3 days. Laundry, that's the biggest thing. I bought that basket with wheels on it to get it back and forth, which was a good investment. But maybe a better one if I would have got the one I found today online. But I'm happy with the one I got. Put dirty clothes in it, and when it gets to the point I need to wash them, take them to the washing machine, pick it up, and lay it on top of the dryer, and dump it out in the washer. I ain't one of them kind that separates. I ain't got nothing to separate. I just dump it all in that washer and wash it. And when I can remember it's done, I'll put it in the dryer. Maybe the next day, but it gets done. I'll be sitting there watching videos and go, oh, shoot, I forgot it. I got laundry in the washer. You go in and jump up there and throw it in the dryer. Then when I run out of washcloths and in shorts in the bedroom, I get up and take the clothes out of the dryer and take it back to the bedroom, set in my chair and fold it. Stack it up, and the only thing I fold is washcloths and hand towels. As far as shorts and t-shirts, they just get wadded up and stuffed in drawers, the dresser and the chester. I do hang my good shirts and my pants up when I wear them. Other than that, it just was wadded up and stuffed in the drawers. But I do fold my washcloths and my hand towels, and bath towels. I do all of that. But it's at my speed, you know. I don't have nobody here tell me, get up and get that done. You'd think you'd help me do that. Well, it ain't my job. You're the woman. I guess Diane's done went to bed because she ain't coming back with any comments, remarks. But yeah, I don't. That's the thing. I don't have nothing to do. I don't have nothing to prove to nobody. I don't. These are the things that I say I'm comfortable, is because the only person that's dependent on me is my cats, and that's the only thing. I'm able to pay my electric bill, my phone bill, my internet, and buy stupid stuff from Walmart and food that I may eat or may not, you know. So I'm comfortable. I'm not stressed out about anything right now. I'm just not. And stress can make you miserable. Stress can cause you pains that you already got, make them pains worse. A lot of people don't believe that, but it's proof. I would say it's probably proven fact. I don't know for a fact, but I would think it would be because of me personally, I know that. I dealt with stomach problems for many, many, many years. When I got rid of all my stress from teenager to an adult, them times of my life, I didn't have stomach problems no more. It all cleared up because it was me worried about school, worried about this or that. Once I graduated, all that stuff went to wherever. And so I've had a good life. You know, I've had some hiccups. You know, I wasn't the from when I was born till probably 6 years old, life wasn't that good as far as my parents having anything because they didn't. But after things in their lives changed, work to where we started living a little bit better and just continued to get better through through the years. So that's part of life. We have good times and bad times. We just try to get over the bad and be happy with what we got and enjoy it. My buddy at work, DK, he he had an old 72 or 74 Chevrolet pickup. I tried to get that thing from him. He would not sell it to me. And nice old truck. And his comeback when I'd tell him how much you want to sell that truck to me, he'd always say, I've only got 4 or 5 payments left on it. I've been paying on it since I bought it. It was brand new when I bought it. Danny, don't be lying. He was so much fun. I missed him. I miss him a lot. He was so fun. We I got to teasing him, and if I'd see him walk down the steps from the office down to where our shops were, I'd go to the overhead door, and when I'd hear his footsteps, I'd hit that metal door, and it'd scare the daylights. He'd come running in that building, and he knew who done it because I was the only one that ever do it. And he'd start fussing at me. I'd just laugh and laugh. He had a heart attack. He was laid up in bed after his surgery, and I was going to go up. I was going up to visit him. One of the nurses dropped a tray right there by his door. And Shirley, his wife, said he raised up and hollered my name. He thought I'd done hit the door. And when Shirley told me that, I was rolling. I could not believe that. But there's a nurse dropping a tray right there by his door. We had it was he was a funny man and just a real enjoyment to be around. He made work so much better. When I was in maintenance and driving the pump truck, he was working transfer station, and I'd always go out there. The little building, they had a little metal building out there for him to set in. It didn't have air conditioner or heat, nothing. He put an electric heater in there, which wasn't worth a flip, but is better than nothing. Anyway, I'd go out there and sit in that pump truck during the summertime because it had air conditioner in it. And he'd get in that truck with me, and we'd spend hours out there just talking, sleeping, eating. Lots of stories. I've probably told some already, and I've probably got a whole lot more. We had a lot of fun. And when work is that way, it makes work so much easier as long as you're safe and in your job, and just makes the day go by faster and get you home to your families quicker, and just makes it fun. And that's what we always did. We had fun. Yeah, my grandma sold our clothes. Grandma made clothes for us, and a lot of the people that my parents were friends with gave the clothes from their kids to us, and we didn't get new clothes for several years. It was all gimmies, which I was so young, I didn't know any different. But that's the difference between nowadays and our times, is because we know how hard our parents struggled. We learned that we had to work for what we had. It wasn't just given to us. And today, that's what all kids expect as a parents: gimme, gimme, gimme. Well, the parents do it. They shouldn't do that. They're hurting the kids. They do more damage than they know. But they think, well, if I give it to them, they'll shut them up, and I don't have to deal with it. That's not parenting. That's not parenting. Until they get in trouble from the law, that's when they step in and give their 2 cents and try to. My kid would never do that. They ain't done nothing. Bullshit. They wouldn't be in the back of a cop car if they didn't do something that was illegal. I get so tired of watching them videos, them cop videos, because it's on video. You just seen their video from the dash cam or from the body camera from the cops. It's there. The first thing that comes out of these people's mouth when the cops make contact with them, when they roll the window down or and sitting there, what did I do? I ain't done nothing. I'm going, yeah, right. I get so sick and I used to laugh about it, but anymore I'm so sick of it because these people saying I ain't done nothing, and you just watched them on video breaking the law. But the only thing, Deborah, with changing clothes with my cousins, I had girl cousins. No, I didn't wear any dresses. I hope I didn't. I don't honestly know if I did or not. If I did, the trauma from wearing them, I have memory loss of it. And as far as I know, I never wore my cousin's dresses. Them little girls get me in trouble every chance they could. They are the one reason why I acquired a taste for Dial and Ivory soap. Because my mama was washing my mouth out with soap bars of soap on a regular basis every week. And it was all due to them female cousins. I used to have the legs for it. I ain't got them no more, but I used to. I had pretty legs. I see one of my female cousins every once in a while. I hadn't since I hadn't been driving, but well, in fact, last time I seen her was my last doctor's appointment in town. What I had, during my neck surgery. She works at the desk at front desk at the outpatient registry. She's one of them you talk to pre or to get into the outpatient. And it was before right at Thanksgiving. I can't it was right there close to Thanksgiving because she invited me up to their house. They just lived through the woods from me. My youngest nephew, he's the one that's always shooting his gun out here, and he goes crazy. She got all over him a couple months ago about doing that, and didn't shoot it for a while. Last week he shot it a couple of days, but she chewed his ass out for doing that. Don't be shooting them guns like that. We live over here. I don't want my house and anyone here getting shot. So that's how close she lives with us to me. Anyway, she invited me up for Thanksgiving, which naturally I turned down. At that time, I couldn't do nothing. I was recliner ridden, had a collar on my neck, didn't want to do nothing but sleep. I tell you what, when they gave me that, what do they call it, nerve blocker for my shoulder surgery, yeah. Holy cow. My whole left side of my shoulder, from my neck down to close to my stomach, that was all, I mean, dead. It was ice cold. It took probably 5, 6 days after I got out of the hospital before I got any feeling back in there. I have never experienced that in my life. But I don't care how many blankets or electric blankets you put on that side of your body. My shoulder was ice cold to the touch, even, which is probably good because of the surgery, right? I know when I was going through my physical therapy, the therapist would we'd go through all my therapy, and at the end of it, one day she'd put that cold pack. It had, I guess, antifreeze, some kind of coolant that circulated through it, and it went through a pad that laid over my shoulder, and she would put that on. It strapped around me somehow. I can't remember. It's been so long ago, but it would strap to me, and then she'd turn it on. And I'm going to tell you what, about 15 minutes, I had no feeling. I felt nothing in that side. Is it nerve block? I thought that's what it was. I'm gonna tell you what, that stuff works. And then the next visit, she would put the hot pack on me. They had them big packs, and they had biggest microwave I've ever seen. And she'd put it in that microwave and heat it up, bring it over and put it on my shoulder. Yeah. I didn't like it too much, but boy, that ice I liked. It felt good because it deadened that pain completely. And I went, we tried physical therapy 3 times. And then she said, well, if you're not better, if you don't see an improvement by now, you've got other issues. And then they did the CT scan again. I've been through so many CTs and all of that mess. But that's where they found the damage in my shoulder. I'd cracked the bone that the socket itself, I think it was, one or the other I cracked. And this quack doctor that I had, my workman's comp doctor, he is a big quack. But anyway, he kept saying, I don't know what your problem is. And he kept putting on like I was faking it. And I said, I'm not faking nothing. And so after that last visit to the therapist and her telling him that there's something wrong there, that should not be giving him the problems it's giving him. That's when they went back in, did all the tests and stuff, and come back and found damage there. And so they rebuilt my rotator cuff, supposedly, repaired it. And put some kind of little screws and plate in there. And I never did get rid of the pain. I never did. And that's why it got to the point of my practitioner asking me, did they ever do an x-ray on your neck? And I told her, I don't think they ever did. They were just worried about my shoulder, but they never checked my neck. And my workman's comp run out. I didn't know he had a limit on it. And it did. And then she checked my neck. They had the x-ray machine there in their office. They did it. She called me over there to the thing where they put the x-rays and pointed out all my problems. And she said, that's your problem right there. I said, well, why did they not see that when they did my shoulder? They said, because he was trying to get you out of his hands. Okay. So she sent me to a surgeon in town, a different one, because I wasn't going back to that quack. And my surgeon that did my neck, he's the greatest doctor in the world. He did not sugarcoat nothing. And then my pre-op, I had a nurse that sit down with me, and I was with her for over an hour and went over the goods and bads about the surgery, and no guarantee, the chance of not waking up, blah, 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 all the goods and bads. And she told me that you probably won't be the same from now on. You know, your life is ended the way you know it. And I said, well, you know, if I have a chance of getting better, I'm going to take it. And so I got surgery, and actually worse than it was before. And so that's what put me out of work. I did the CT scan before surgery because the surgeon wanted to find out what was going on. My neck, I have that degenerate, the whatever that is, the bone problem with my spine. The nerve on my back is right there. He told me I was going to need surgery again on my back. Last thing he told me before I left his office, my last visit, he says, I'll see you again. I said, you better not. You better be knocking on my door because I ain't coming back to knock on yours.
And I told him and I told my practitioner, I said, if you guys can keep me comfortable, the doctor I seen that was only there at the clinic for a couple of months sent me to Hot Springs for pain management, which I kept telling him my practitioner was taking care of that. And he says, no, you're going to pain management. So when I met my first practitioner at my clinic, my new practitioner, at our first visit together, I explained to her, and they work in the same office. It's there. They pass each other in the hallway from the chart to chart. They know each other. I told her what he did to me, and I tried to explain to him. And she says, well, you don't worry. I'll have you sign a contract with me on pain management, and I'll monitor it. I will take care of you. And I nearly kissed her feet and thanked her because I did not want to have to deal with it in Hot Springs. And so she's taking care of me. This quack doctor that sent me to town, my former practitioner was going to put me on Ozempic. Well, she retired. She didn't tell me she was going to retire. Apparently, it's some health issue, either her husband or her. I knew both of them. I went to school with her husband, so I knew him. And he retired. He was the county coroner, and he retired as coroner. He didn't even finish his term, and she retired. So it had to be something to do with health or something. But anyway, she was going to put me on it, and that quack doctor said, "Oh no, you can't be on it." Guess what? My practitioner knew and did, and I've been on it ever since. Got it taken off my all the pills for do with diabetes. A1C's been better than it's been in ever. And I have my appetite back. I actually get hungry. So she did a whole lot for me. That's that phrase. I I couldn't remember what it was. So, I'm comfortable. I'll just put it that way. I'm not a vegetable. I'm not out a hazard on the streets or nothing, but I'm living my life in a comfortable manner. And that's all that I can ask for. Yeah, I've worked with so many people. Being at a job for 30 years, you meet a lot of people, come and go, and there was only a few that had been there longer than me. My boss was, of course. He started working there when he was early 20s. It was back in the 70s. And I'm going to say he probably retired in 24. Yeah, 2024. So he worked there from the early 70s to 2024. That's how long he had worked there. Anyway, one of the men that worked there that he used to work in the electrical department. They went out and set the grinder pumps and the wastewater systems and did all the electrical work for lift stations, treatment plants. That's what they did. And he hurt his back lifting a pump out of a tank one day. And anyway, he ended up having back surgery. This poor man had 5 back surgeries. And he kept a Ziploc bag in the glove box of his car. It had all the screws, the plates, the rods, everything that they had went through in his back. But he kept all of it in the glove box so he could prove the downfall of back surgeries. I don't know if he's retired now or not, but he was there when I was working, and I don't know if he's still there or not. It was unbelievable. I had no idea the size of the rods that they put in people's bodies. That's crazy. Looked like they were push rods in a big block Chevy engine. That was crazy. But yeah, I don't know whatever happened to him. Whatever it is, they replaced whatever these rods and screws and all that mess was. It had a bunch of stuff in the Ziploc bag. I didn't believe him. I told him he tearing the motor apart. Yeah, but it was stuff out of his back that they'd put in it through the years. They had replaced all of it and put something else in there. I don't know what they put. The procedure I had was a cervical dissection or something. T2 through T7. I think is T. No, it was C2 through C7. I don't know. It's on my neck. I know they asked me if I had any of that stuff in my body, and I'd say no. I said, well, what about the little plate in my shoulder? They wasn't worried about it. It was just anything in my back. For all I know, he reached over on the table in the surgery room and broke off a piece of metal off a tray and stuck it in my arm and drilled it. I don't know. Hell, I may have a quarter in my shoulder. I don't know. You got any change on you? Give me a quarter. We'll put that back together. Anyway, they wasn't worried about it when I was getting them CT scans. And don't let anybody fool you and tell you them open CT scanners. Yeah, see, the T, there was a T that the nerve is against. And he said that's probably causing my back problems. But yeah, you're not enclosed in a tube. You're just laid out on a flat surface with the flat surface covering you. So in a way it was better. The difference was I got some happy pills before I got there.
doctor prescribed me some happy pills. Take one before you leave the house and take one when you get there. And I can handle that. And when I left that place, I don't care what happened to me. I was happy. I told brother, let's go shopping. He says, no, you need to go home. I was going to buy me a big old motor home. Nope, you're going home. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. See, I don't know why I said T. Something to do with the T part of my back. That's where the contact with the spinal cord is. Between it and a degeneration problem, then I don't know. I ain't worried about it. My luck with surgery is not good, so I don't want to risk it. A lot of people at our age, them type of surgeries are there's a lot of risk in it. So I'd rather not risk it. Yeah, they have these pretty boxes that he put in my neck. I asked him if I could have a couple to take home to play with. He says, you can't afford them. That's okay. I said, well, can I have the ones you're showing me? He says, no, these are display only. I said, come on, Doc, work with me. And I had the x-ray when I come for my follow-up after surgery. I had to stop and get my x-ray there before I went up into his office. And he showed me the x-ray, and I thought, holy crap. I cannot believe they put that in your body. In my life, I'd never imagined something like that. That's probably why I'm 4 inches shorter. What do you think? I know how that works. My grandma had total hip replacement 3 times, and the last one they didn't get the legs adjusted to the same length, and she walked with a limp. One leg was shorter than the other. Yeah, that's what the pre-op nurse told me. You know, there's a well, I wasn't losing weight, Deborah. That was my problem. I kept gaining weight. I wasn't physical, and that's the thing I couldn't figure out. I wasn't eating. I know, honestly, I do know because of all the crap, the snack cakes and cake and all this crap I was putting in my body because I wasn't able to eat real food. And once I got taken off all them pills,
that's right there is what changed it, because you know what diabetes pills do? You lose your appetite, and that's what they're for. They're help with appetite control, um, to control your glucose in your body and all that. But when you're just sitting there shoveling all that garbage in your body and not replenishing it with nutrients, then that's where all that weight comes from. I'm at 218 right now, and when I started I was at 280. I'd never been that heavy as I was when I got off all that medicine. Never in my life. What is it? 239. Wow. 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 Our little short video turned into a long one, 6 hours and 25 minutes. Wow. I I have I don't know if it's your posture or what it is. The older you get, if you hunch more, back bows more, what it is. But when I was say 40, in my 40s, I was 5'9", and right now I'm 5'7", so I've lost 2 inches in say 20 years. And don't blame the hair, because I didn't have hair back then either. You ladies that wear them, what they call them, cones or something. What was them hairdos called? Where you pile it up all on top of your head, make it as high as you could get it. Between the high heels and the big old pile of hair on your heads, you look like you're 6 foot, 7 foot tall. You get out of your shoes and let your hair down, you're only 4'6". What are you doing? You want to go lay? No, you can't get on there. How many times do I have to tell you? You can't get on there. No, 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 no. He puts his paw out. Beehive, that's what it's called. I couldn't remember what they called that. 5'3". Wow. That's how tall my ex was.
Her sister was 4'9". That was on a good day. Well, it ain't the first time I've done this. I do it quite frequently. See, for a long time, I wasn't used to waking up with the sun shining through the window, all that daylight outside, because normally I'd wake up it's dark. Well, now I'm waking up more times with the daylight shining through the window than I am darkness. Yeah, because I stay up late. And like right now, normally I'd say, well, I'll just stay up all the rest of the night. And chances are I might. I don't know. Because normally when I do these streams, I'll shut it down and get everything set on StreamYard, turned off, and this and that. And then the first thing I do is turn on Facebook and go in it and look for notifications and start watching videos. And next thing I know, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll say, well, crap. And then go in the kitchen, make me a cup of coffee, and sit here at the desk and doze off and wake up and watch more videos. That's about my normal routines when I'm doing stream. It's all good, you know. Everything I get some kind of food product in my body, take my medicine, and I clean up, rest. One thing about me being out here, the cats sleep a lot more at nighttime. They're not sleeping all day. They're up and me fussing at them. Get off that desk. Get off that counter. Well, it's that time. I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. I ain't tired. I'm going to shut her down. Well, when I do go back to my recliner, put on my mask and get in my comfortable position, I go to sleep. And I sleep 6 hours, 7 hours at a time when I'm in my recliner. But I have to have my sleep machine on because if I don't, I'll be waking it up every hour. And so I'll put that machine on and I'll get my 6 or 7 hours of sleep. But sitting here at the desk dozing off, I won't get that. It's 20 minutes to an hour. You getting a bowl of cereal? I got cereal, but I don't want to eat any. Thinking about a bowl of oatmeal or something. I love oatmeal. I eat it for a snack at night a lot. Maple sugar. Maple brown sugar is the one I like. It's the one I eat. you're supposed to use the envelope to measure with. Nah. I just look at it and say, that's good enough. No. That's I make it so much that no measurements required. Just fill the bowl with the oatmeal and fill it with water, however much I think it needs. Do I want it dry and lumpy, or do I want it, moist? I like dry, lumpy. Let the sugar and the butter get the moisture in there. Anyway, well, you guys are still here, in the background listening. Deborah, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Y'all take care. You be safe. And I'll catch you on the next one, okay? Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Oh, I know it's healthy. That's why I eat it. I'm all about health, right?